national and county government,
representatives,
leadership of water and sanitation sector institutions. I've seen the chair WASPA here, development partners, CSO and social enterprises, members of KEWASNET.
social enterprises.
Good morning.
Members of.
So let me take this
KEWASNET.
opportunity on behalf of the organizers KEWASNET to invite you to the launch of the 11th edition of the Voice Report. This is the very authoritative and flagship publication that highlights the contributions and impact of CSOs and social enterprises in advancing WASH governance and service delivery. So this year edition celebrates CEO's achievements, lessons and opportunities for collective action. So your participation, your insights will enrich and strengthen the dialogue and also our shared commitment to the path of inclusive and sustainable WASH solutions. So without much ado, let's move to the introductions before I welcome. I've just given a sneak peek. The details will come from the CEO. We can start here. Director, take a breath. A deep one.
Yes, good morning. Yes, I'm Patrick Alube. I work with Kenya Water for Health Organization as the Executive Director. Thank you very much.
I repeat that, hamjambo.
Hatujambo.
My name is Asha Shaban, and I'm the Executive Director of Center for Social Planning and Administrative Development, in short CESPAD, and I'm also the Board Chair of KEWASNET. Karibuni sana.
So we keep our applause. At the end, we will do it together for everybody.
Okay, good morning to you all. My name is Irene Guy. I work for WaterAid, leading the WASH System Strengthening and Partnership Portfolio.
Good morning. My name is Malesi Shivaji, Chief Executive, KEWASNET.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? So, Serene Malik, ESNU, and Vice Chair SWA, amongst others.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kenny Matampash. I represent the Bus Initiative Alliance as the Executive Director or a team leader.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aida Binale, representing WASH Alliance Kenya, and our CEO, Dr. Tobias. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ridhiwani Sadiki. I'm from Taita Taveta Water Resource Users Association. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Musioki, Ulu 3 Water Project as the project manager.
Good morning. My name is Faith Masika, representing EcoVital Dynamics Limited. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jane Nyamwamu. I'm working for Neighbors Initiative Alliance, Kajiado, as the programs manager.
Hamujambo wote. Kwa majina ni Penina Nasikutombo. Nina represent Kajiado Water Users Association kama vice chairperson.
Good morning. My name is Thomas Odongo, the MD Kisumu Water and the Chair WASPA.
Good morning. I'm Faith Mutua, working with Water Resources Authority.
Good morning. My name is Lorraine Katoni. I'm from Kwale Wash Youth Parliament. I'm the speaker.
Good morning once again. My name is Caroline Gina, here representing the whole fraternity of Makueni County Government.
Good morning to all. My name is Lena Musoka. I represent Fresh Life, and I work as the Assistant Manager for our partnership and consulting services. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Effie Akinyi. I lead strategic partnerships with Sanitation.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ruben Korir, MD, Kericho Water, and member of the executive at WASP.
Habari asubuhi. There is no life in this room. Habari asubuhi. I thought people have taken some tea. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Delphine Andithia, and I work for Center for Social Planning and Administrative Development as a water resource management specialist. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning once more. My name is Jane Bevy. I work for Center for Social Planning and Administrative Development, CESPAD, as a program manager. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nanta Mosoito. I work for KewasNet as a projects officer, and I'm happy to see everyone around.
Hello, good morning. My name is Bright Ngina. I represent Nazava Water Filters and our CEO, Lisa Iterik. It's nice to be here.
Good morning. My name is Felix Bryan. I work for COAO as the programs coordinator. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jojo Soro. I work for the Water Integrity Network. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Felicitas Bageni. I'm a member of World Vision. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is David Jomo, the Speaker of Kakamega Itota Parliament.
Good morning. Daniel Siata, KewasNet, karibuni sana.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Mwanzia. I work with the Simavi, and I'm the regional rep for Africa. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Benazir Moto from Umande Trust.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Ogutu. I work for KewasNet as IT officer. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ruth Chapkon, working with the Umande Trust.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joanna, and I work for Oceana Research.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Violet Jambi. I work with WASPA. I'm the communication officer.
Habari ya asubuhi. Kwa jina ni Nixon Odari Mrambwa. Mimi ni mkaaji wa Kakamega. I am part of the Kakamega Youth Water Parliament. Happy to be here.
And good morning. My name is Stephen Lenai, serving with the Living Water Service Center as the program manager.
Good morning. My name is Lucy Muhia, Water Services Regulatory Board. I'm here to represent the CEO. Thank you.
Is there a person who has not introduced himself? Even the technical, I can see the video camera. Jitambulisheni for a minute.
Good morning. I'm Lenny Kinoti from Ron TV.
From?
Ron TV International.
Okay. I'm scanning the room for Mr. Malesi, but I know he's sure 3 minutes. I'm told we are dull. Please I kindly request that we be upstanding. And create some space. We want to do an energizer and itashika mwili yote. Hakuna mahali inawacha. Kuanzia juu paka chini. Some energy, si ndio? It goes like this, eh? I have a ball. I put it here. I pepeta. Oh, you get it, eh? Pepeta is a Swahili word. I don't know if it's a Swahili word, you can confirm, but it means to juggle. To juggle the ball. Sindio? So I have a ball. Changamka kidogo. I have a ball. Shika ni kama umeishika vizuri. I have a ball. I put it here. I pepeta. I put it here. I said look for space. Now you see how it's turning. Because you are going to do a 360. I pepeta. I put it. Aya. Hapo imeshika, si ndio? Aya. Nasema tusiwe wasiwasi kama nywele. Ikiwa kwa kichwa inaitwa nywele, si ndio? Ikiteremka chini inaitwaje? Aya, wacha niwache Kiswahili. Hiyo ni ya siku nyingine. I have a ball. I put it here. I pepeta. 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 Do it. I put it here. I pepeta. Naomba tiketi. It's now 9:50. I have the pleasure to invite the CEO of Kewasnet, Maleshi Shivaji, to do his opening remarks. And let's appreciate everybody before he comes for that introduction. Then let's appreciate the CEO. He is well dressed like my brothers in Nigeria, and they call them Igwe. So he is our Igwe today. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambugo. Our chief guests, the Executive Secretary of ANU and Vice Chair of the SWA Coalition, representatives of national and county governments present, our esteemed colleagues from water and sanitation sector institutions, the Kewasnet Governing Council, ably represented here by our chairperson, and indeed our chairperson emeritus, our development partners present, our counterparts from civil society organizations and social enterprises, the members of our esteemed network, Kewasnet, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. It is with profound sense of pride and renewed commitment that I welcome all of you to the launch of the 11th edition of The Voice, the annual Civil Society Water and Sanitation Sector Performance Report. For over a decade, The Voice has been more than just a report. It is a vital pillar in the architecture of good governance in the Kenya water and sanitation sector. It is our sector mirror, held up by civil society, reflecting our collective efforts, our achievements, but also critically, the stubborn challenges that still lie on the path to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 6. When we chose to brand this report, The Voice, we took that very concept as rooted in the fundamental belief that self-accountability is the bedrock for transformation. And while CSOs are often seen as external monitors, demanding performance from duty bearers, this report turns the lens the other way around and inward towards ourselves. This report is our voluntary and rigorous assessment of the contribution by civil society and social enterprises in this sector, looking at our impact, but also highlighting the gaps in the WASH and WRM space in this country. This process of introspection is not a luxury. It is a necessity. It ensures that our interventions are effective, coordinated, and truly responsive to the needs of the most vulnerable and marginalized communities. As CHAOSNet, our mission is to enhance political will and collective development capacity for transformational change. And The Voice is our annual roadmap guiding us on where to focus that capacity and how best to mobilize the available resources. As we look ahead, the findings of this 11th edition, while detailed in the report that you'll receive, reminds us that the journey towards universal access is a relay race, not a sprint. We must accelerate our pace, especially in an era defined by climate change, economic volatility, and the persistent inequalities that threaten to leave the communities that we so desire to serve being left behind. The key to navigating these complex challenges must be emboldened within robust partnerships. And because within the room we have all the partnerships that we seek to engage in, I will speak very briefly to all of them. To our government and regulatory partners, your commitment to creating an enabling policy environment is critical in this journey. We stand ready, as always, to bridge the gap between policy and practice, leveraging the community-level insights that are well documented in the report that you will receive. To our development partners and funders, your sustained investment allows us to turn advocacy into action. The Voice is our offering of a transparent and evidence-based direction for maximizing the impact of every shilling that is invested in the contributors to this report. And to my counterparts, the fellow civil society leadership and social enterprise practitioners, this report is a testament to the power of our collective action. Let us use the findings from this report to strengthen our coordination, harmonize our approaches, and amplify the voices of the citizens that we represent. Let us ensure that the principles of leave no one behind are not just a rhetoric, but a measurable reality in every county, village, and home. The 11th edition of The Voice, we hope, will spark conversations. It will challenge assumptions. And I hope that it will drive a new wave of focused action by all of us. This report offers a blueprint of how we, collectively as a sector, can be more resilient, more inclusive, and more accountable. I encourage everyone present here today and to all our stakeholders to not just read the report, but to internalize its call to action. Like every other report we have submitted, there is always a call to action to all our stakeholders. Let it inform your strategies, sharpen your advocacy, and guide your investments in the coming year. As I conclude, allow me to thank you for your commitment to this journey. Together, through collective accountability and unwavering dedication, we will realize the vision of sustainable, universal access to safe water, sanitation, and hygiene for all Kenyans. I thank you, and we look forward to a very engaging conversation on the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. One more round of applause, please. We will continue to recognize our guests and other delegates as they arrive. I've seen one of the senior representatives of the ministry around. I know he'll be given an opportunity, and also Dr. Pauline, karibuni sana. Now, allow us transition to the next phase of short speeches, and I want to invite Asha Shaban, who is the chair of the CSO's network, the chair of the board. Asha Shaban is the executive director of CESPAD, where she has spent over a decade transforming water scarcity, environmental degradation, and policy gaps into opportunities for sustainable change. Her leadership combines system thinking, grassroots engagement, and strategic partnerships with donors, civil society, the private sector, and government to influence policies, enhance climate resilience, and promote integrated water resource management. She has led reforms in water governance, community-led conservation, and convened multi-county stakeholders such as the Lake Region Economic Bloc. As board chairperson of KEWASNET and a board member of WASH Alliance Kenya, she bridges policy and practice to drive inclusive, sustainable development. An applause for Shaban Asha as she comes. Unfortunately, they didn't give me the CV of the CEO. So when I do it ostentatiously for Shaban, please, it's without prejudice.
Thank you. The chief guest, Sarin Malik, the executive secretary of ANU and the vice chair of SWA, representatives from national government and county government, I see a few of you here, representatives from the civil society organizations, the governing council, including my former, the emeritus chair, Matampash, and the ED for Kwaho, Bona Patrick, I see you, and all the members of KEWASNET, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning again. Great. It's a privilege to join you as we launch the 11th edition of The Voice. It's a profound achievement, right? The Voice, our annual water and sanitation civil society sector report, has become both a cornerstone, as Malesi alluded to, and a key stone of our sector's architecture. In the life of any institution, an 11th edition is a testament of resilience and relevance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we often speak of reports in terms of data, right? Data, information, and policy. But today, as we celebrate the 11th edition of The Voice, I invite you to see it not only just as a document, but as a child we have raised together, right? When this initiative was born 11 years ago, it was a nascent voice, a cry in the wilderness, if you will, calling us for accountability and change in our wash sector. We, as a civil society family, have nurtured it. We fed it with data, we guided it with principles, and strengthened its bonds with robust CSO governance. Over the years, this child has grown. It has learned to walk, it has learned to run, and it has found its voice, becoming stronger and more confident and more articulate with each passing year. This child now measures its growth against the national and global benchmarks like the Sustainable Development Goals that Malesi was mentioning just recently, and asking us, are we still on track? You know? And this child is our collective conscience for accountability. It looks at us in the eye and holds us responsible for the promises we have made to the Wanjikos, to the Atienos, to the Nameloks of this country. Today, this 11th edition is like a child standing on the threshold of adolescence, no longer a toddler, but a vibrant, insightful force, ready to challenge status quo and engage in complex conversations about our future. So our duty today is not to micromanage, but to continue guiding this young voice, to listen to it, to learn from its insights, and to empower it to become an even greater champion for water and sanitation justice for all. The voice is the most powerful instrument for accountability, holding a mirror to our progress and reminding us that every data point is a life impacted. Every delay is a promise deferred on our journey to achieving our national and global commitments. Without this keystone, then the arc of our shared ambitions would then collapse. And at this point also, I want to congratulate Malesi and team for the work that they have put into this. You know, and then let's give them a little round, not a little, a lot of applause. Please, 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 please. And at this point, I invite, I'll talk a bit differently on this topic that I've been asked to share as a representative of civil society. And I want to appreciate every small effort that we as CSOs have taken in regards to WASH in this country. And I will call upon Penina. Please come here. Penina Tombo. Yeah? If you hear me criticizing anything, today I want to be positive. I know we are a very angry lot as Kenyans, you know, sometimes. Today I want to turn that around and just look at the small bits that have gone into the work that we have done and just appreciate. Please sit down so that you don't fall as I talk. So I want you to think of Penina Tombo. She's not just a name, but a force of nature. She's a mother of 6 in Kajiado County. And those of you who have been to Kajiado know the sun there doesn't just shine. It presses down on the red earth, baking it to dust, right? A few years ago, her day didn't start with the sun. It started in the deep pre-dawn dusk. And I mean darkness in the morning. And her pilgrimage wasn't to go to church. She was walking to a seasonal river about 10 kilometers away. 10 kilometers back, the weight of water, a burning agony on her back. Each calculation, she would make enough for drinking, for cooking. What about washing? What about the cows? Her daughter Sanitation often missed school to help carry the burden, and a cycle of sacrifice written all over Penina's hands. But today is different. Watch her now. In the cool of the morning, she walks just a few hundred steps to a bright blue kiosk at the heart of the community. She greets her neighbor Neserian, who sits proudly with a ledger book. They share a laugh, a sound that was once stolen by exhaustion. With a simple turn of a tap, clean cold water gushes into her container. It takes seconds. The cost? A few shillings that go right back into maintaining the pump. Sanitation is already in her school uniform, ready to go to school. This tap flows because of the quiet, persistent engine of civil society. We have built more than a water point. We have built a system. We have forged the committee that Nasira now chairs, turning neighbors into stewards of their own destiny. That tap in Kajiado is not just delivering water. It's delivering time. It's delivering health. It's delivering a future where girls like Sanitation, the daughter of Penina, can dream of becoming whatever she wants and not just a water carrier. And behind that simple, glorious turn of the tap stands the collective transformation of civil society. We often ask, how much funding do civil society organizations bring? It's important, right? While the national government this financial year allocated around 159 billion Kenya shillings into water and sanitation this year, as we'll hear from the report, and we'll also hear about the CSO contribution. And also last year we had 139.4 billion allocated in the fiscal financial year by the government. Out of this, Abungo, please give me 5 minutes, I'll be done. Yes. The civil society contributed an estimated additional 12 to 25 billion. And this is just from what, over the time, the 11 years of going through the voice that we've been able to interview the civil society. But it's estimated to be about 40 billion of contribution by civil society. And that value far outweighs the financial weight. So when you talk about impact, we are not just looking at the number of toilets that we are constructing. We're not looking at the water points. We're not looking at the trees planted for those in water resources management, but we are looking at the true value of civil society as in our multiplier effect, which it could either be turning beneficiaries into agents, as Penina here, and also building new social norms. For those in sanitation, you understand how changing mindsets can be difficult. And also, it's building a management system around a water point, not just constructing the infrastructure, but looking at how these communities can sustainably sustain the water point, you know. And in the current world, the civil society is playing 3 unique roles that we cannot downplay. As much as we know them, I would like to repeat them. First, we are innovators. and pilots. We pilot new approaches, we take the risks, we prove that it works, and then create models that the government and any other person can scale up. In a sector that is facing climate change and rapid urbanization, we need agility. Who provides that? Civil society organizations. Secondly, we are the bridge and we are the amplifiers, right? So civil society organizations are critical. They are a critical link between the government policies and the people's reality, as Malesi had alluded to. We translate this policy into practice, and we ensure that the great plans on paper are not just thoughts on paper, but they become tangible improvements in people's lives. We also amplify the voice of the marginalized communities, the women, the people living with disabilities, the urban poor, ensuring that policies are not just written here in Nairobi or in the other centers of the counties, you know, but they're able to reach people who are in distant places and are shaped by the needs of those people, whether it's in Kajiado, whether we're talking about people in Loyangalani or in Kisumu. We are the essential feedback loop in our system. Thirdly, we are the watchdogs and we are the guardians. We are the people's collective conscience. Holding all government and private sector accountable, we monitor budgets, we demand transparency, we advocate for the right of water for every Kenyan, especially in the hardest to reach areas. The strength of civil society is not isolated in heroism, but it's in its growing collective power. And of course, through forums like KEWASNET, we are sharing knowledge and ideas. For most of us now, we are familiar with the KEWASNET's coffee hour. I invite you all to keep on coming, exchanging ideas, and being able to speak to each other with one stronger voice and advocate for even better policies and more public funding. And of course, this is not to say that the path has been easy. Civil society we face real challenges. We have donor dependency with short-term funding cycles, the constant pressure to prove impact, and sometimes we are operating in very fragile environments. The key is to see this not as failures, but as systemic issues, which we must solve together by thinking without the box. As we are represented here, I know Malesi already mentioned that this launch is not about coming here into the boardrooms and walking out. We have to go home with something that we need to turn around, you know, and be the change that we want to see. So as a final call to the government representatives who are here, let's not view civil society as contractors, but as strategic partners, integrators formally into the county and national WASH planning cycles. This, of course, I acknowledge it's working, but we need to do more. To the development partners, let's provide a flexible, long-term core funding that builds institutions. This allows civil society to be innovative and responsive, and not just project chasers. And to all of us here, let us strengthen these coordination mechanisms and our governance structures so that our collective impact is even greater than the sum of our parts. Let us return to Penina Tombo. Her access to water is a success story. But the real success is that the system that serves her is built on the collective impact of the civil society, not just delivering a service, but a voice, a voice, dignity, and resilience. I thank you all.
One more round of applause for the chair. That is the chair of the board of KEWASNET. It's difficult to stop her, but I want to believe that that has been a very insightful and informative speech that is useful and with a testament of the lady that has just stepped out of here. I wish they take a photograph together somewhere to solidify this. Now, for the chair, it's acceptable to go beyond 15 minutes. But I want to politely caution the other speakers who are coming that after 7 minutes, the microphone goes on mute. So allow me to welcome Dr. Pauline Ngimwa, Head of Professional Development and Training at PASGAR. So Pauline Ngimwa is a Kenyan scholar and practitioner in higher education and educational technology with extensive experience in the African higher education sector. She is the program head for professional development and training at PASGAR, where she designs and delivers experiential training for researchers, academics, and policy actors. Previously, she led digital library and open distance and electronic learning, ODEL, initiatives at the African Virtual University. Her research focuses on digital education resources and open educational resources in Africa. Pauline holds a PhD and a master's in educational technology, Open University UK, and she serves on the NOMSA Advisory Board. Welcome. Let's appreciate her as she comes. Daktari, 7 minutes.
I'll try to respect that. Thank you very much. Our protocol observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I really will try to keep to the 7 minutes and respect the program. So I stand here representing my executive director, Professor Fadel Diame, who would have wanted to be here. And unfortunately, it coincides with something that is equally important. So he asked me to represent him. And it's a great honor. Thank you very much for that invitation. So the way I want to respond to the area we were asked to address, which is how we promote research and its use in evidence for policy making, for decision making, is to use the work we're doing with KEWASNET, because that's exactly what we're trying to do. So a little bit about the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research, in short, PASGA. By the way, I liked the way you called us. Yes, that's the way we are pronounced. We always get it, people get it wrong. So we are called PASGA. Thank you very much. We exist to enhance research excellence for public policy and governance. And we believe that credible, quality, and inclusive research should inform practice and policy action. And to be effective, we have to adopt a co-creation approach that brings all the interested parties together to co-generate and use evidence for decision making and for policy making. So since around 2019, we partnered with KEWASNET and 3 other civil society organizations based in Ethiopia, Tanzania, and the UK to do policy research intervention in water governance in Kenya, Tanzania, and Ethiopia. Now, the approach we used is what we have innovated in PASGA. It's a platform that is called Utafiti Sera. Utafiti Sera model brings everybody together into a house. Everybody means researchers, the civil society, the media, and the community, the Penina and her other members of the community, around a particular policy issue. And we do this because we believe that the research that we're doing should not be extractive. It should bring everybody together. It should be inclusive. It should also be context specific. Because when you bring everybody together, then we relate to that context. It's very clear in our mind the context where Penina comes from and what her realities are. So that is very key for us. And why we do this is because we believe that that evidence should be relevant and should have value to the policy-making system. So that is the platform that we have used together with KEWASNET and the other organizations that I've mentioned. And around 2019 is when we got some funding from the Hewlett Foundation. And PASGA is the lead organization, brought together these organizations. And we wanted to look at what is the evidence around water governance in these 3 countries. Kenya, of course, was a very important country of focus, and that is why we partnered with KEWASNET. And what we did was we took a rather unconventional route and said, we are not just going to do the research ourselves. We are going to do the research with our practitioners, with our professional colleagues, those ones who are in the civil society, who don't know what research is about, but they need that research. And they need to push that research to the policy-making landscape. So we took them and took them through a rigorous process of capacity building, enhancement, where they got the basic skills they needed to become researchers. This was intentional. We wanted to get to the context. We wanted to get value for what we were doing. But more importantly, we also wanted to have the legacy, so that when we leave the project, these practitioners can still continue doing research. So that was key for us. And we were able to produce very relevant policy evidence that has started trickling into the policy system. Why? Because it is relevant. I will never forget something that came out. Among so much important evidence, there was the concept of sextortion. And as our sister Asha was talking about Penina's daughter, I was thinking, in the absence of what we are doing, what could happen to that girl? Because we saw it in some of the settlements that actually sextortion does happen in search of quality water, clean and quality water. So that was a very important piece of evidence, and I'm not saying that is the only thing that we found. We found other pieces of evidence, but that for me, being a woman, was very critical. It was important evidence, and we're happy that it's found its way to the woman rep for Nairobi, and she showed a lot of interest around that. So that is just an example of what we've been able to do with KEWASNET. Now, we were so successful, we went back to a second round, and we are using the same process. But we have gone a step further. We said we are actually going to use action research. What does action research do? It now makes us work with the community. We work with the researchers, with the community, and with the professionals to generate evidence. I'll be done before a minute. So we work with the community-based, to get community-based solutions. So we research with the community. Yes, that is what the action research helps us to do. So also to help us address critical water accountability issues. So I was very interested in what you were saying, Madam Chair, because that specifically speaks to what we are doing. We want to see, beyond the evidence we are getting, what is happening at the grassroots among the community. We cannot do that as researchers alone. Yes, we'll go and do what we do as researchers, but that evidence will not have value. That is why for us it is so critical that we leverage other forms of evidence generation and be inclusive, co-create with the people who matter. So as I wind up, I've said that legacy is very key in what we are doing. We want to live, once the project has exited, we want to develop that culture of evidence generation and pushing it to the policy uptake. And what we have also done is to develop a master class. And it's a virtual training program that the first time it was offered a few months ago, it reached to about 250. Because we want people to be, their capacity to be strengthened, to be able to understand, first of all, what are we talking about when we talk about water accountability, good governance around water. We want them to understand that, but also importantly, want them to see what is the value of evidence that we are producing. And we are so happy to be partnering with KEWASNET because they give us the platform to also do that. So thank you very much, my brother Malesi, for what you have been doing with us. And in conclusion, what I want to say is that we recognize policy making is a political process. We would wish that the policy actors, I mean the political actors, our politicians, would join us so that together we'll generate evidence that will gain value to them. So that is what I wanted to say on behalf of our organization, and to demonstrate what we are doing and the evidence, the results that this is yielding. So what we do to ensure that, or to push evidence towards policy, is that we have to be inclusive in co-creation, we have to bring everybody on board, and we have to encourage the participation of also the politicians so that they get to know what we are doing, they get ownership of it, and then they are able to appreciate what it can do for their policy making processes. So in conclusion, PASGA is honored to be associated with KEWASNET, and we do extend our best wishes as we launch the 11th report, which speaks to the voices of the community. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate Daktari once more. Now, as I was wondering what are these seats are meant for, and I think I know what they are meant for now. Allow me to transition very quickly and bring Daniel Musyoka, project manager, ULU 3. Have I pronounced it well? ULU 3, WUA. So Daniel Musyoka is the project manager for ULU 3. You can just step forward and take a seat. Water Users Association in Makueni, where he oversees the daily operations of the water supply systems with dedication and precision. Under his management, ULU 3 serves I hope it's stable. ULU serves 314 homesteads, including 4 schools, 2 dispensaries, and 7 water kiosks. A strong advocate for sustainability, Daniel has played a key role in strengthening community access to safe water and ensuring reliable service delivery. He also introduced innovative digital communication channels such as WhatsApp to enhance engagement with customers, quickly address challenges, and promote accountability. So Daniel will be answering the question how CSO are working with the rural communities to promote efficient rural water supply. In the same breath, allow me to welcome Ridhiwani Sadiki, Lower Lumi, WRU. You can come and take a seat here. I found a reason for the seats. They were empty. I asked, is there a panel discussion? Nobody told me, but I think we have been told with Madam, in the civil society, we're always innovative. So that's our culture. We are cultured that way. So Ridhiwani represents the RUA from the Lower Lumi in Taita Taveta County, where he serves as an active water steward and advocate for sustainable resource management. Among key milestones in mobilizing is mobilizing fellow members to present petitions to duty bearers, including the Taita Taveta County government, demanding the protection of vital Njorokubwa Springs. A passionate mobilizer, Ridhiwani consistently rallies residents to join advocacy campaigns aimed at safeguarding local water resources. His leadership and dedication has positioned him as a strong community voice in ensuring accountability and the long-term sustainability of water sources. So Sadiki will be answering the question how CSOs strengthening community participation in WRM, water resource management, and the case of Taita Taveta. So you can see the list is long, and that is why I want us to save time as we do that. So I'll be introducing the others as we move. Please let's move so that we save time. Daniel. Tulipea Daniel makofi kweli? Na huyo akosi kuwa Gen Z. Maana niko nao.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning. My name is Daniel Musyoki. The program is saying my name is Daniel Musyoka. I'm not Musyoka, I'm Musyoki. Daniel Musyoki from Makueni County, representing our chair, who has sent me greetings, Madam Rose Kitaka, as the project manager of Ulu 3 Water Project. I'm glad to be in the 11th edition of The Voice. I think it's my first time here. But many of the faces I'm seeing are not new to me. We have met somewhere else. And as Amboga said, I'm here to talk about how working with CSOs has helped Ulu 3 improve in water provision and overall efficiency. We have been working with several CSOs, one of them, the major one, being Kewasnet. The others are National Neighbors Initiative Alliance, Water Integrity Network, and CESPAT, who have seen their representative here. And together they introduced us to something we called IMT, Integrity Management Tool, as a project, which helped us a lot in management of Ulu 3 project. And I'll talk of the things which IMT gave us and helped us through. One thing we learned in IMT was leadership skills, whereby we knew how to communicate well with our members, the people we give water, the consumers, and even within the committee itself. We also learned about accountability on the actions and the results of our actions. Again, in leadership skills, we were taught about problem solving, whereby we come up with solutions to problems which are occurring in our project and being able to circumnavigate through them and offering suitable solutions so that people may continue getting water in our area. We also improved in decision making, whereby we could come up with decisions which could help our project so easily and help our people in Ulu 3 fraternity. Number two, in what we learned from integrity management tool was roles and responsibilities of the committee. Initially, we are running a local water service provider in our village, whereby the locals elect a committee, but in most cases in these committees, the people elected there have no knowledge on how to run a committee. But with the introduction of IMT to us, we were able to define roles of each and every member of the committee, starting with the chair, who is the overall leader of the committee, who presides over meetings, which we do them monthly, is the one who sets agenda, and it's the one who ensures policies are implemented in the committee. We learned about the roles and responsibility of a vice chairperson, who is the principal assistant of the chair and also leads the committee in the absence of the chair. The secretary, we're told, his roles should be preparing of notices and agendas, recording minutes, keeping records and updates on meetings. The treasurer is the one who manages finances, keeping records on income and expenditure, financial reporting to the community and the committee, and ensuring accountability and transparency of the funds of the project. Then we have the ordinary members who the IMT said they are participants of the committee and supports in implementations of projects and activities of the committee. The third thing we learned through IMT was about accounts. Initially, when my committee took over, we used to collect money from people. We had no particular way of collecting the money from bills of water. But with the introduction of MT, we were told that we should have accounts run by the committee, whereby bills are paid to the accounts, and which will bring about transparency and accountability. In our case, we opened 2 accounts. One account was for the water bills, monthly water bills, and the other account for registrations fee. The account for water bills, the one where salaries, the account for water bills where salaries are paid from, all expenditures, and the registration fee account is where we have our emergency fund. The third thing we learned from IMT was regular audits, whereby we are audited regularly for the sake of transparency and accountability in our projects. We also told about regular meetings, whereby as a committee we meet once in a month, and in the case of an emergency, we have the executive which can meet any time of an emergency. We also were taught about establishing an office whereby books and records are kept, and customers or consumers can visit to raise or inquire information on the project. Number 7, we were taught about privatization of kiosks, whereby
Ridhiwani. Where is Victoria Aduet, Speaker KYWP? Please join me in the podium here. And Florence Sievuo. I don't know if I've done it well. Where is Florence? Is Florence here? So if Florence is not here, then let's put our hands together for Sadiki as he comes to answer the question on CSO strengthening community participation in water resource management, the case of Taita Taveta County. An applause for him, please. Hii ni jiji kuu la Kenya, tuko Nairobi. Wacha nikuzungumzishe Kiswahili kidogo ufurahi.
Asante. Asante, nashukuru kwa hicho Kiswahili cha jiji kuu. My name again is Ridhiwani Sadiki. I'm from Taita Taveta County, Lower Lumi Rua Association. I'm happy to be here at the 11th edition of KEWASNET, the voice report. And I'm happy also to report the work of civil society in supporting water resource associations at the local level. I really thank Bana Melesi for his stewardship in terms of managing KEWASNET and those who are working through, and also Madam Asha, for their dedicated work in water sanitation network operations. I also thank Daktari Pauline. I think what you are doing has to be anchored in all the 47 counties. Research, data. People are working without data. So if you don't have data, then you can't budget. So they are budgeting without data. They end up wasting a lot of resources where they could have supported the water sector. So in Taita Taveta, I'm also the chair for the stewardship committee, which is under KEWASNET. And I'm happy KEWASNET has been in Taita Taveta for long, right? Supporting both the civil society, both the RUAs, and also the county government in coming up with the policies which in return enhances the water management in Taita Taveta County. So the key area of what CSOs have been supporting the Lower Lumi Rua is on capacity building. And in that capacity building, we have what we call SCAMP, sub-catchment management plans. And in the sub-catchment management plan, we have a component on livelihood projects, we have a component on conservation, and we have a component on issues to do with human rights. Yeah, those are the key areas in the SCAMP where that review has been done, and we really thank. And actually, yesterday there was a social accountability training which was conducted by Water Millennium and VNG. I had to relieve myself from that meeting so that I could come here. So there's a lot civil society is doing in Water Resource Users Association, and also they've been supporting awareness sensitization on matters water catchment conservation and protection, also waste management in the case of Njoro Kubwa protection and conservation area. And the unique thing with Njoro Kubwa, that water source gives out 28,000 gallons in a minute. And you look at how that kind of resource is utilized. I mean, sometimes I sometimes like to shed tears on what is happening. There's a lot of water in Taita Taveta. That water, most of it goes to Mombasa, Kwale, and Kilifi. And you find Taita Taveta, some of the guys don't have water. So there are those inequalities. That's why we have a component of human rights. We're also championing that the water distribution has to be done equitably, so that all the residents of Taita Taveta get water before it leaves to Mombasa. So I think those are the key areas the CSOs have been supporting, of course, in issues to do with RUA. And I also thank KEWASNET with their support. They've really supported us for the last 1 year. Yeah, in terms of making sure that there is that demand. We demand the right holders. Yeah, we demand to the duty bearers what needs to be done as per the policies and as per the laws in the Water Act. So we really thank KEWASNET what they have been doing in Taita Taveta, and we are also requesting them to do more as we go into 2026. Of course, other areas where we are looking at is there are challenges. And the key challenges here is finances. Yeah, that has been the key challenge. And also, there is an issue on attitude and mindset. You see, government has been seeing civil society as noisemakers. Yeah, I think that one has to change, because we are supporting both the county government and national government to see into how they can improve in different areas of those sectors. So going forward, very quickly, I think the civil societies under water and sanitation has to look at the county SDGs acceleration programs and see into how do they plug in SDG 6. We also have the new order. Yeah, we have a new order. Right now, we are moving to public benefit organization. We are leaving out NGOs. How are we positioning ourselves to make sure that we transit smoothly, so that we make sure that we are in line with the government regulations? And then by, I think, next week, there will be this community groups act draft regulations. Let's also see how best we support these young organizations on the ground, so that they can be in tandem on what is happening. We also need to look into local resource mobilization mechanism. This is where I liked the way the donor coordination mechanism, as Madam Asha has alluded. So there is need for donor coordination and reporting framework, so that, because we have money, we have donors at the civil society level, we have donors at national government level, we have donors at county government level. How is the coordination? How is every donor feeding in the CIDPs, right? And how are the donors also feeding in the Vision 2030? And then finally, we also need to have a common basket fund for CSOs in water sanitation sector, so that they can implement both software and hardware, so that as we are doing awareness and sensitization, we also make sure that there are practical programs and projects going on, so that we can, yes, you talk about sustainability, water sanitation for all by 2030. I do normally ask myself, is it real? Is it possible for every house to have a running water by 2030? Thank you so much.
One more round of applause. We Sadika, umenidanganya, umefanya nikasimama sana, maana uko na adjectives. Finally, then I know you are completing. Then you start another statement. But on a light note, before I invite Victoria Adwet, and I would request you, Madam Speaker, to not stand between the team and the health break, which continues at 11, and we intend it to be so. By 11, we are requesting you go pick your tea or coffee and come sit, because we don't have much time. but we will give that 10 minutes for moving in and out. But then again, we pick up. As many as of the opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it, Madam Speaker. Makofia, Madam Speaker. You see, I had to behave like a Speaker of National Parliament to welcome the Speaker. Victoria Adwet is the Speaker of Kisumu Youth Wash Parliament and Partnerships Lead at Youth Devolution Festival, where she has established herself as a formidable voice in youth-led water and sanitation advocacy. A trained communications professional, she has steered the Kisumu Youth Wash Parliament to national recognition, amplifying youth voices and influencing wash agendas. Victoria has spoken at major forums, driving critical conversations on water governance and accountability, and has represented youth advocacy on international platforms. Recognized as a Volunteer of the Year by Voya Kenya, she continues to champion resilience, empowerment, and meaningful youth participation in sustainable development. Victoria.
Thank you so much. Good morning once again. Good morning once again. Well, my name is Victoria Adwet. I'm the Speaker to the Kisumu Youth Wash Parliament, but today I'm not putting on my hat as the Speaker of the Kisumu Youth Wash Parliament. I stand here as a youth representing other youth because we have several wash parliaments here in Kenya. Now, I would like to first introduce us to how the wash parliaments came to be. The wash parliaments constitute young people who are not necessarily wash professionals. Why so? Because you do not need to be a wash professional to advocate matters wash, right? Yes, and you'll excuse the S and the H because I'm from that region, yeah? So the parliaments do not constitute necessarily wash professionals because advocating for matters wash does not require you to know some technical terms to do with groundwater and all these things. So once the parliaments were formed, I'll be talking about how youth are complementing the wash sector. And I want to look at the glass half full rather than half empty. Youth play a very important role when it comes to advocating for wash issues. Why? I'll talk about two things. Because number one, we are the majority. So who is better placed to talk about matters wash, if not the very group that is affected the most? It is the youth. Secondly, it is because young people have innovative ideas. All these things that we are talking about, Daktari here talked about something to do with co-creating. Young people within our communities are the better team to work with when you're talking about collecting data. Another thing I would like to talk about is that we were invited here last year during the launch of the 10th edition, and that stimulated us to even go beyond. As Kisumu Youth Wash Parliament, we did a youth-led data collection on the status of integrated water resource management for Kisumu County, something that was steered through a meeting such as this last year. A round of applause to KewasNet. Now, I'll talk about the social accountability aspect of it. As young people, I've told you we do not need to be water professionals to be able to hold the duty bearers accountable. As Kisumu Parliament last year, we conducted a social audit on Lake Victoria Water Basin, Elviswada, yeah? And we asked for some documentation just to check if ideally resources were being used as should be used, because these are the things that affect the water sector. For Kakamega County, the Kakamega Parliament did election promises monitoring, and Kajiado and Makueni parliaments are doing the same, whereby these young people are holding the duty bearers accountable, not out of malice, but we want to complement what is already being done, because once we have reports such as the voice report, then we get to identify what can be done, which sector requires us to come out and actually complement the efforts that are being done to ensure that there is more impact and there is improved accountability. So that is where we come in as young people, because also when we are talking about wash, you see, when we talk about our water resources, we are experiencing it now and will experience it in the future. So if we do not get it right, it affects us now and it affects our future too. So that is a very important aspect as to why we young people have come out to complement what is being done within the WASH sector. Finally, I'd like to talk about the sustainability aspect of it, why social accountability is important when we are involving youth for sustainability. Now, youth should be strategic partners. KEWASNET one time invited us to an international meeting, and I can tell you that we were having a discussion like what we are having right now, and that's where the innovative aspect of it came in, whereby from that discussion, as Kisumu Parliament went and conducted some online advocacy, and men were carrying buckets of water on their head just to bring about the issue of women always carrying buckets and nobody is talking about it yet. When we posted that, everybody was talking about it. So it is important. I am talking about meaningful youth engagement. It is not about having youth come to engagements and boxes are being ticked. I have to again compliment or acknowledge that by virtue of me, I'm seeing another Gen Z here, and there are a couple of Gen Zs in the crowd. Being present, being able to give our voice is actually a plus for KEWASNET, because that is not what we are experiencing out here. Secondly, for sustainability, when youth innovate, then WASH systems become resilient. Why? Because involving youth is investing in sustainability, and they become responsible. In that, for the youth that we use to collect the data, they are more informed. They are more involved in matters WASH. They do not see water dripping, and they do nothing about it. I can assure you that through our advocacy online, we are complementing even what our water service providers are doing. I'm seeing our MD here. In that, we even get, as a parliament, we get information on the leakages in town and some of the areas that can be improved in terms of water access and quality. With those many remarks, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for representing the youth and for keeping also time. We need now to transition to, we are not done with the keynote speeches here. We'll have a few, but I think they'll just be greetings rather than speeches. So it will not be a lot of what we have assimilated this morning. Very good discussion, diverse around the WASH space and the support that you are getting from the civil society. The break will be for 10 minutes. It's 11:01, so you are now at liberty to move to the health break area, collect your coffee, collect your tea, collect your pastries. I'm told they are plenteous. Don't be in a hurry. You can make as many rounds as you wish. We started very early in the morning, so I expect order by 11:11 again. Then we pick up this discussion.
I just stepped in to do a bit of activities just to make sure that we are all enjoying the session. So if I'd like you to just give a high five to someone seated on your right. A high five? You don't know where your right is. Your right is on your right hand side. Then give a high five to someone on your left.
On my left. And a high five to somebody on my left now.
All right. We want to do a bit of activity, and also it involves a bit of more concentration, and I'd like everybody to participate. Can everybody raise your right hand? Raise your right hand, put it down. Raise your left hand. I can see we all have both hands. So when I say one, you raise your right hand index finger, okay? When I say one, you do what? You raise your right hand index finger. One. Everybody, let me see one. Very good, put it down. When I say two, you raise your left hand like this. Two. Very good, put it down. Now, one. So when I say two, you put your left hand on top of your neighbor's index finger. So remember, the index finger was on the right hand side, right? So let's try it one more time. One, two. You put it on top of your neighbor's index finger. Just put it on top. Kama una jirani hapa sasa, you see, you're supposed to sit facing this way. So make sure you are all sitting together, okay? Let me call this class. Class, are you ready? So put it down. Let's do it one more time. One. Raise your right hand index finger. Two. Put your left up on top of your neighbor's index finger. Then, when I say three, you capture the index finger. Now, you do like this. Just put it up, put it up. No, put it up. So, one like this, two like this, then three, you capture the index finger, okay? Let's try it one more time. Three, capture the index finger. No, don't use force, please. Hey, gentlemen, you'll finish the ladies. Eh? Politely, okay. Three, let me see, three, you capture, pole, two. Gentlemen, be careful, you know, ladies' fingers are very, very prayer. Okay, put it down. Now, here is the trick. When I say three, you make sure your neighbor doesn't capture your index finger, okay? Let me see if this class is attentive. Let's try it. Class, are you ready? One, two, and three. I said when I say three, you make sure your neighbor doesn't do what? Capture your index finger. Class, are you ready? Put it down now. Now make sure you face each other so that you can all enjoy. All right, let's do it one more time. Face each other, face each other. Let's do it one more time. Class, are you ready? At the back, are you ready? All right, let's do it one more time. One, two, and one. I'm still one. Who's doing three? Simple instructions. This is where you can see people who went to group of schools and people who went to police stations. Let's try it one more time. One, two, and one. Put your left arm down. It is one, two, and one. Class, you kwenda shule wewe. One. Put this one down. One. Your right hand index finger. One, two, and one. Two, and three. Kuna watu wana shida ya kutetemeka. Naona mtu anafanya hivi. One last time. Let's do it one more time. Class, are you ready? One, two, and three. Engineer amelemewa. Clap for yourselves. All right, can we all stand? Let's all stand. Let's stand. So just get some space. I'm not taking you to a football field. It's just a bit of exercise just to make sure you're enjoying this, okay? Can you all raise your hand? I want to show you or teach you a small dance. This is called the chicken dance. Do you know how the chicken moves around? How does it move? So you keep chicken here. Unaweka kuku kwako, si ndio? All right. There's a song that is going to play and I'm going to show you the moves on how we do it. Are you ready, class? All right, DJ, give me the song. Give me the volume. So do like this, everybody. Volume. my DJ. Clap for yourselves. Mr. Anthony, back to you. Thank you.
Wapi makofi ya co-MC? Wanasiasa wanasema ikibamba sana wapi nduru? Wow. Oh, kanduru kamekuja. Kuku dance bado. Now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the health break. I hope hiyo chakula ijatingishwa sana. Iko tu sawa. We are not doing well in terms of time. We have lost a lot of time, but we think still we can recover it. Now, as we transition into this phase, I want to call the representative of the CEO WASREB, Lucy Muya. She's in charge of, she's manager corporate communications. Wapi makofi ya Lucy? Of course, we are aware WASREB is the national regulator for water and sanitation services. So, brief remarks from you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mbugo. Distinguished guests, partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yeah, I think it's still morning. Yeah, as you have heard, my name is Lucy Muhia. I head the corporate communications in WASREB. And today I'm here on behalf of our CEO, Richard Cheriot. He would have loved to come, but unfortunately, because of prior engagements, he couldn't. So I'm going to speak on his behalf, and the words that I'm going to speak actually are his own words. Thank you so much, KEWASNET, for inviting us today on the launch of the Voice Report. We really appreciate. So it's a great honor for us, WASREB, to join you today at the launch of this 11th edition of the Voice Report. This report is not just a publication. It's a reflection of our collective journey in advancing the rights of consumers, ensuring accountability, and building sustainable pathways to clean water and sanitation for all. To achieve the SDG 6, which is clean water and sanitation for all, government and civil society must work hand in hand, complementing each other's strengths in several key areas. First, we must strengthen accountability so that communities can hold service providers to account. Civil society has a critical role to play in engaging communities, amplifying their voices in policy processes, and ensuring that the laws and regulations guiding this sector are inclusive and people-centered. By sharing data and evidence, we can avoid duplication, improve planning, and ensure that resources deliver real results when they are needed most. Secondly, equity and inclusion must remain at the heart of our work. No community, no group, and individual should be left behind. Any climate shocks, such as drought and floods, continue to challenge us, to challenge our systems, and we must invest in adaptation measures that ensure water and sanitation services remain reliable and resilient. Thirdly, civil society is indispensable in creating awareness and mobilizing communities. By supporting the uptake of WASREB's guidelines, building the capacity of small-scale providers and community, and strengthening feedback keeps loops between citizen and regulation. CSOs make the voice of the consumer louder, clearer, and impossible to ignore. Within WASREB plans partnership framework, civil society organizations should position themselves as strategic partners. This includes strengthening accountability and monitoring, co-creating proper service delivery models, advocating for equity, mobilizing resources, documenting best practices, and promoting innovations that can be scaled up across the country. Allow me to highlight specific areas where this collaboration is critical. The first one is the tariff advocacy and public participation. Civil societies ensure that tariff proposals are scrutinized for fairness, affordability, and inclusivity. Communities are educated on tariff structures and what they mean for vulnerable groups, ensuring no one is left behind. Accountability in tariff investment. Tariffs are not just numbers. They are tied to investment plans that promise expanded coverage, improved reliability, and higher quality services. Civil society has the capacity to monitor whether these promises are kept and report back on gaps or misuse, strengthening WASREB's oversight role. Compliance with license conditions. Government through WASREB sets regulatory standards and monitors compliance. CSOs complement this by mobilizing communities, monitoring services at the grassroots, and enhancing transparency through feedback. Capacity building and community empowerment. While government provides frameworks and technical support, CSOs empower communities by advocating for rights, training local water committees, and ensuring citizens can actively participate in water governance. Promotion of innovation and knowledge sharing. Government provides enabling environments for innovation, while CSOs test community-led solutions, share lessons, and showcase what works best. Together, we can replicate proven models across counties and accelerate impact. Ladies and gentlemen, the message of this report today is clear. When government and civil society work together, we build a sector that is inclusive, transparent, and resilient. In conclusion, by aligning regulatory oversight, community empowerment, and innovation, we can achieve affordable, sustainable, and equitable water and sanitation for every Kenyan. This is the essence of SDG 6. And that is the vision we must all continue to champion. And the story of Penina, we want to see and hear more of the stories of Penina. Congratulations, Kewasnet, on this launch of the report. Thank you very much.
One more round of applause to Lucy, representing the CEO WASREB. Just a reminder that we are still in the 11th edition of The Voice, which will be launched in a few minutes. Now, allow me to invite Thomas Odongo, who is the Managing Director of Kisumu Water and Sanitation Company, and also the current Chairman of WASPA. An applause for him.
What's my prescription in terms of time?
I don't know, but you can take as few as possible.
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think the protocols have been laid by the two MCs, including the cuckoo dance. But allow me to recognize the Gen Zs in the House, members of the Youth Parliament, led by, we have two speakers in the House, yeah? Yeah, we have three. The speakers, you can stand up so that these guys can see you. Wow, thank you, thank you. So this is great. They do play a very important role when it comes to WASH activities in the jurisdictions where they operate. So let's appreciate them. The chief guest, Sarin, representatives of the national and county government, leadership of water and sanitation sector institutions, development partners, CSOs, and of course KEWASNET, our host, led by the board chairperson. It is an honor as water service providers to be part of this very important activity, the launch of the 11th edition of Voice. It is a scorecard for the civil society in Kenya, of course led by KEWASNET, who have been very instrumental in shaping the discourse when it comes to WASH in the country and in Africa, so to speak. I follow very closely the coffee hours. I've been privileged to participate in the express conversation. And these are conversations that enrich and provide insight to the people who are not necessarily in the WASH sector. WASH, access to clean water, provision of adequate sanitation facilities, and good hygiene is very critical for the development of our country, and of course in achieving SDG 6. So we appreciate the voice of KEWASNET when it comes to WASH activities in the country. Climate change is real, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm happy we have water user associations, water resource user associations, and Water Resource Authority is also in the house. As water utilities, climate change is not just a story that we read, but it's a reality that we live with every day. Drying rivers, polluted rivers, polluted water sources like the lake, floods, droughts, rising lake levels. All those are challenges that we face as utilities, and we appreciate the role that civil society is playing to ensure that climate change mitigation and adaptation is taken seriously. And if that continues, then we'll have more success stories. We'll go beyond Penina, and the success stories will be felt all over the country. Governance, again, where KEWASNET plays a very critical role. Political will is very important for WASH to thrive. As utilities, that's one of our main challenges. But I know KEWASNET works both at the national and county level to ensure that there is political will for utilities to thrive and do what they are supposed to do best. So we do really appreciate that. Again, governance is a challenge, and WASREB has provided guidelines for small-scale service providers and community water service providers. Today, I'm happy that a young person is standing and telling us a success story of a community service provider. These committees were left for retirees, and my friend, the ED Kwaho, can tell you that. So it's very, very inspiring to see a young person, a committee member, of a small-scale service provider telling us success stories and breaking down the responsibilities of the committee members. This is something these guys never used to understand. And when WASREB talks of water coverage, it includes the contribution of the small-scale water service provider. So KEWASNET, again, and civil society in general, asanteni sana. Yeah, so I think I've gone overboard, but I was told just to greet Yeah, so as water service providers, we appreciate and we join all other stakeholders in congratulating Kiwasnet on the launch of the 11th edition of Voice. Asanteni sana.
Another round of applause. I've been suffering with a lot of heat. I didn't realize what is hitting me. But I've realized that I was sitting straight in the path of the projector. Anyway, it's about to be used. Finally, allow me to invite Engineer Chengo, who is from the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, so that he can also dispense some words of wisdom. We have walked with him this journey, water service providers, the civil society. He is always there. If there is one man that doesn't miss and is punctual, is Engineer Chengo. Let's appreciate him.
Thank you very much, Anthony. I was not in the program, so let me ride on the protocols that have been established. Mine was to greet you. Very good morning. It's still morning, I believe so. I'm happy for Kiwasnet as they launch their 11th edition. And as a reflection, I've been with the Kiwasnet for the last 11 years, I think. I've attended almost like every other one. And all those statements, all those issues that have been brought here, I subscribe to them. I just want to highlight a few items. Issues of governance, issues of sustainability, issues of engagement, those we want to appreciate that we have moved, we have really made progress on those particular areas. They're still valid, they're still our issues, it's work in progress in the sector. We have to continue working on them, learn lessons, get experiences, and review our action plans. Three other issues that I want to mention. The issue of engagement. We have moved a lot. Issues of engagement with the national government, county government, utilities, community groups, and individual members. This we have to continue. Some of those institutions, the government institutions, we are not going to go far if we don't engage them. Sometimes it's hard. We have to do the dirty job to engage and ensure that they be part of our conversation as we appreciate all the issues that we're doing. The second issue is about policy and regulatory development and support from the CSOs. This has been great. We have seen a lot of movement in this direction based on the lessons that you have learned and the experiences that you have had. And we have seen a lot of inputs, very useful inputs into our policy development, sector development and regulation. This has to continue. This is our role as to play our advocacy role and to ensure that whatever we know, that the skills, that the knowledge is incorporated and goes into the various instruments that are critical for us to enhance our water and sanitation service provision. Thirdly, the issue of engagement. I think over time we have seen Kiwasnet get involved in areas where they have not before. I think we had some political engagement with the political agencies to advocate for some very critical elements to develop our water and sanitation. This has continued. I think over the years, we have seen them engage the parliamentary teams. We have seen them engage various ministries. This is very critical. And that's your role that you need to continue. And over the 11 years, I think we have seen that moving. And fourthly, something personal to me, I think we have seen a lot of progress in sanitation. I think your role as CSOs has contributed to the development of the sanitation space in Kenya. And we should be proud that at least we are making progress. We are talking about water and sanitation everywhere, and sanitation is not left behind. So those are my reflections. We want to see, appreciate that there's progress. We have to continue, we have to sustain. We have to get the commitment to sustain that development so that we can be able to support our sector development for water and sanitation. So congratulations, Kewasnet, for the 11th edition. And we're really looking forward to see what is the outcome of that process. And just for information, my tour of duty as CEO of Tanathi came to an end 2 days ago. So I'm now at Muddy House. If you can see me there. Thank you very much.
No, it's mine. Welcome. When they leave this planet. That's what he said. They only get a flower when they leave this planet. Have you ever imagined that? Day 14, wewe unapata maua, lakini unapelekangako maua kweli? Yeah, so that is it. Now, allow me now to transition to the presentation of the voice report. And this will be done by Joanne Connes. She's currently the National Research and Projects Lead at Kewasnet. Joanne is a passionate, dedicated, and result-oriented public health professional and researcher with over 8 years of experience and track record of successfully coordinating and implementing programs using a human rights-based approach with a focus on gender equality, diversity, and inclusion across WASH and health contexts. Deep expertise in building networks, campaigning, WASH and WRM, sector advocacy, and strategic partnership development. A track record of nurturing and leading high-performing, diverse and skilled cross-cultural teams using empowering leadership style, trust building, inclusion, and collaborative working culture. Joanne holds a Master's of Public Health, Epidemiology and Disease Control, and a BSc in Environmental Health. Allow me to stop there. If I want to continue, that's only a quarter of that. So I think that will summarize who Joanne is at the moment. Why don't we put our hands together as she comes to do the presentation of the voice. Joanne.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, sometimes when something is read about you, you start questioning, is that really me? When did I write that? Anyway, allow me to ride on protocols already established. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I believe it's already noon. Good afternoon. As I've been introduced, my name is Joanne Connes, and I have the honor and privilege of sharing with you the 11th edition of the Voice Report, a CSO annual report that Kewasnet has been consistently producing for the last 11 years, courtesy of partnerships and collaboration. It's not just our own effort, but collaboratively working together. So without further ado, I would like to request Julia to project the presentation, please. This one. All right. Even as I open the presentation, this being the 11th edition of the report means that it looks into the work of civil society organizations in the year 2023-2024. And in case somebody is interacting with this for the very first time, the Voice Report, just as the name suggests, is a report that captures or highlights the work done by civil society organizations in terms of their performance, but also in contribution, how much the CSOs and social enterprises are contributing to the sector. And it goes beyond that as well to look at how they work in terms of integrity, quality, and compliance. So as I said, let me just go through this really fast. What my presentation looks at are 5 key areas. Of course, the introduction, the methodology, this being a research study, the findings, the conclusion, and the recommendations. As I've already mentioned, this is the 11th edition, and what this report does is track progress of non-state actors, identify existing gaps, and of course guide in terms of action. And the key objectives of this report are, number 1, to assess trends in financing, service delivery, compliance, and in this year we've introduced technology adoption, climate adaptation, and inclusivity. Number 2 is to evaluate the operating environment of civil society organizations, whether the environment is conducive or not, and to get into more detail about that. And then thirdly, every time you come up with a problem, you need to give a solution, or you identify a problem, you need to give a solution. So the third objective is to provide actionable recommendations to strengthen coordination, accountability, and impact. At the end of the report, I'll ask all of us whether we've been working on the recommendations we give every year. So in terms of scope, this report looks into organizational characteristics of these civil society organizations and social enterprises, their financing, their resource allocation, services provided, among others, as I'll elaborate. In terms of methodology, we use a mixed approach method, mixed in the sense that we have both secondary data collection and primary data collection. And even in the primary data collection, we have both qualitative data collection using key informant interviews and also quantitative data collection using questionnaires. So in this report, 11th edition, we targeted 500 civil society organizations, 500 social enterprises, and targeted 15 key informant respondents. In terms of sampling, we use 2 methods, purposive, where you identify an institution or individual that would add value to the report, and we also use snowballing. Snowballing means once you identify an institution, they lead you to another and to another. In terms of inclusion criteria, which is really key in any research, we ensure that the participating institutions are registered organizations active in Kenya and have been in operation for at least 1 year. To ensure reliability of the data, we ensure that this inclusion criteria we adhere to the inclusion criteria, basically. We also do rigorous analysis, and of course, during the data collection, we have back checks that we conduct and triangulation of data. So let's go into the participating organizations. So in this report, as I said, we have targeted 500 CSOs and 500 social enterprises. In this report, we had 672 institutions participating, which was a huge increase from the last year's report, where we had 152 CSOs, meaning that in terms of CSOs, we had a 113% increase from 152 to 352 CSOs, because the rest are social enterprises. The social enterprises also increased by 69.3%. In terms of geographic location of these civil society organizations, it's across the country because this is a nationwide report. So what made us get these numbers? And this is a question we get a lot, even from our sister networks across the continent. Number 1 is improved outreach. We were very intentional to be persistent. I know most of us were contacted to participate, but you know the length of the questionnaire. So somebody needs to push you. Somebody needs to be persistent, and you are that. We were very careful to ensure that those who received the questionnaire at least responded. So we improved our outreach. And the second reason behind this is a greater acceptance and willingness of CSOs to participate and share information. In the last report, we indicated that a number of CSOs were not open enough to share information, especially around budgets. But this time around, we saw some great improvement, which is a step in the right direction. So this really reflects a strengthened culture of accountability, because reporting is accountability, and collaboration among non-state actors contributing to the national development agenda. In terms of the number of projects reported by these 672 institutions, we had 1,222 WASH and WRM projects. Still on the participants, the highest number were CBOs, community-based organizations, represented by the purple color, I hope everybody can see, followed by the local NGOs, non-governmental organizations, at 30%. And almost at the same level, we had the self-help groups, INGOs, foundations, and faith-based organizations. And then there are a few who said not sure. This doesn't mean that they didn't meet the inclusion criteria. It just means the people who responded to the questionnaire might have not been the right person to respond, because they did not understand how the organizations are registered, which is really a call to all of us. The next time we are responding, to ensure that we have the right person doing that. So geographic distribution of the projects. So as I said, 1,222 projects were reported in this year. And just like the other years, we've noticed that CSOs focus a lot in the rural areas. Most projects are in the rural areas, as you can see with the, this is my left, the left bars. So over the years, rural areas have been targeted, followed by projects both in urban and rural, meaning institutions have both urban and rural projects. And lastly, institutions that focus on urban areas, meaning that the urban areas are not a major focus of CSOs. And the reason behind the geographic selection or choice of projects by these institutions, the main reason why they picked these areas was burden in these specific areas. So guided by the burden within the area, which really underscores a growing commitment to direct resources where needed the most. Another reason for the choice of geographic location was donor priorities, which came in second. And lastly, historic presence or organizational mandates as well. So let's go to the investments by the CSOs. So when we asked this question, 50% of those who participated indicated that they knew the overall budget of the organization. 50% of the total that we questioned. Meaning that the other 50 did not know the budget of the organization. And then that is among the civil society organizations. Among the social enterprises, 15% reported knowing the amount that the organizations invested in WASH and WRM. In terms of sources of funding, just as it has been over the past years, most of the CSOs relied heavily on donor funding, with the major international donors being USAID, former, UNICEF, World Bank, among others, also international NGOs and foundations. And in terms of local intermediaries, KEWASNET was quoted, WSTF, among others. Private sector was also quoted, and of course, grassroots funding. And what does this mean when we say that most of the resources came from the donors? It means that there is heavy reliance on external donors, which really questions or affects sustainability. So let's now go to the money section. In terms of investments by CSOs and social enterprises, we saw a huge increase. In this year's report, the CSOs that were interviewed invested 10.2 billion Kenya shillings. 10.2 billion. In the last report, we had 3.6 billion. So it's a huge increase. So this is actually a 43% increase from the previous years, which is partly attributed to improved participation and reporting of these institutions. Also looking at the financial investments by the social enterprises, the 10.2 billion is CSOs. So the social enterprises, on the other hand, reported 300 million. 300,547,000, which again was an increase from the 210 million from the previous year, which is also attributed to better reporting in this year. So let's now look at the interventions. The WASH and WRM interventions by the CSOs and social enterprises. And I'll take you through another slide, so I don't want to lose anybody here. This slide is looking at the aspects that these institutions focus on. And this doesn't necessarily directly link to being the most funded. It's just focusing, where we ask, which aspect do you work on? And they would say safely managed sanitation, safe water supply, and the rest. So in this year's report, just like last year, water, safely managed water projects were, or rather safely managed component was the most focused on component of the report. And this was followed closely by capacity building, which went high this year. And as you can see in these figures, so 50% of the CSOs that we interviewed indicated that they focus on safely managed water. And then those who focus on capacity building were 43%. Just like the other years, water resources management and climate change are still not focused enough by civil society organizations. So that was the area of focus. Now let's look at the allocations. I said focusing on an area doesn't necessarily mean you put in a lot of resources. So in terms of funding, out of the 10.2 billion that I talked about invested by CSOs, only 5.6 billion could be accounted for by the CSOs, half. And I'm saying accounting in the sense that only 50% of these participants could actually say we invested in this component or that component. The rest could not tell where the money goes to. So that is a gap we need to discuss. So looking at this bar at the bottom, the most invested in was lobbying and advocacy at 372 million, which is a big thing because over the years we kept saying that we focus a lot on hardware and software is left behind. But in this year's report, lobbying and advocacy was the most invested in, followed by water supply, followed by hygiene, followed by sanitation, and of course, water resources management still needs a lot of work. In terms of beneficiaries, across all components, females were higher in terms of, being beneficiaries compared to the males. And I'll not focus so much on that. I'll focus on what is in the middle. Those who are not defined. And this now brings us to gender disaggregated data. A huge number of those we interviewed did not have gender disaggregated data. For example, when you look at safely managed water supply, so the female beneficiaries were 952,656. The male were 763,000, but in there, 2.6 million were not categorized. Let me take another one. There's a big one on capacity building initiatives. We like to talk about capacity building, but the question is always, do you disaggregate your data? So on that, those who benefited, the female beneficiaries were 849,000, the male were 495,000, but a whooping 10.8 million were not categorized. Food for thought. In terms of integrity, quality, and compliance, so we sampled projects to examine in more detail the thematic focus, financial allocation, among others. So 74.8% in terms of stakeholder engagement. So the first question you normally ask is, do you engage stakeholders prior to starting a project? And 74.8% of the CSOs indicated that yes, they have stakeholder engagements prior to beginning their projects. But there is a 16% that says yes, they engage, but they do not document. And 8.9% who do not conduct stakeholder engagements at all. And then the other question is on needs assessment. Do you conduct a needs assessment to understand what needs are on the ground before you do your project? So the majority here being 75.1 indicated that yes, they do that and document. But there is 18 in this year's report, 18.2 who say yes, they do needs assessment, but they do not document. And then there's a 7% who do not do any needs assessment before beginning their projects. In terms of transparency of budget and objectives, whether these CSOs share their intentions in terms of objectives of their projects and the budgets of the project, most of them said yes. 74% said yes, they share this information with their target groups. But there's a 15.7% in this year's report that says yes, but we do not document. So if you're not documenting, how can you really justify that you even engaged? And then there's a 10% that said no, they are not transparent with their budgets and do not share objectives with their target groups. In terms of exit strategy, this is for sustainability purposes. In this year's report, 68.9% indicated that yes, they have exit strategies at the end of the project, and it's well documented. But there's a 15.1% that indicated that no, they do not have any exit strategy. In terms of co-creation with county governments, majority of the respondents indicated that yes, they co-create with the counties, especially at the beginning of the projects, in terms of forums, capacity strengthening, planning meetings, among others. In terms of engaging with other sector institutions, 56.3% indicated that yes, they engage other sector institutions and they document that. But there's a 37% that said yes, we engage other sector players but we do not document, and then a 6% that does not engage other sector players at all. So as part of IQC also we have compliance with standards and approval permits, among others. So in this year, 62.2% indicated that yes, they are compliant with the standards and approvals required in their line of work. But there's a 65.4% that said no, they are not compliant, which really begs a number of questions. So still on IQC, signing MOUs in the counties of operation, 41%, below 50%, indicated that they actually sign MOUs with counties of that they work in. And I love this picture here because KEWASNET is leading by example. This was an MOU signing ceremony with Makueni County a few months ago. In as much as MOUs are not binding, but at least they stipulate how things, should be done. And then 49% said they did not have any form of MOU. So let's come to the operating environment for CSOs. And one of the speakers touched on this a little bit. So over the years, we've noticed that operating environment, or the views of the CSOs on operating environment, has been going down and down, with the CSOs indicating that they do not receive adequate support from government, and particularly this year, 54% indicated that they received support from government, meaning the remainder, 46%, did not receive any form of support from government. So the 54 who said they received support was mainly in terms of technical support, that is collaboration during the planning and implementation phase of the program. And what does this trend suggest? It suggests that there's a weakening state civil society collaboration in the sector, and there is need to look into that. And just to quote one of the participants who said, right now, counties are channeling most of their resources into the governor's Big Four agenda, and WASH sometimes gets sidelined unless it's donor funded. Another one, just to quote another participant, and this one is on perception of government leadership, where the participants indicated that they feel government on the ground in terms of policy and framework development, but there's a huge gap in implementation. So this specific one said government leadership is visible in strategy documents, but there's a gap when it comes to translating plans into real action on the ground. Just to elaborate a little bit more on the operating environment of civil society organizations, about 49% of the respondents rated access to information, no, this is on access to information, stated that access to information is neutral in the sense that when they need WASH and WRM information, sometimes they get it, sometimes they don't. Even when they get information, sometimes it's fragmented, it's not in formats that they can understand, so there is still some work that needs to be done on access to information. So now on gender in WASH. So we looked at, I think I touched on this a little bit earlier, CSOs that collect gender disaggregated data. So 63% do that, collect gender disaggregated data, but there is a big 32% that does not do that. So the question we need to ask ourselves is, what can we do to support CSOs to ensure that they are disaggregating their data at least by gender? So of the 64% that collect gender disaggregated data, 97% actually use that data to design and adapt their programs. So what are some of the challenges in gender-sensitive data collection? These are some of the reasons that were given by those who say they do not disaggregate their data. Number one, they indicated that capacity and technical gaps exist in their institutions, including weak M&D frameworks. They do not have proper M&D frameworks, even indicators, to allow them collect gender disaggregated data. They also mentioned cultural and social norms, where on the ground some communities are quite sensitive when you touch on gender, so they do not touch on it in terms of collecting that kind of data. Then, of course, resource constraints. There was also weak prioritization and coordination. And then issue around privacy and sensitivity of gender issues or disclosing gender information by communities. As I said, we introduced technology adoption in this year's report just to see whether CSOs are adopting technology. And 40% of the CSOs interviewed indicated that yes, they use digital tools. And some of the tools that are mainly used are mobile apps for data collection and reporting, GIS mapping. There's also smart metering and digital payments. In terms of impact that these institutions have seen through adoption of technology, there's increased transparency, especially if around payments, where people do not have to handle money directly, so there's increased transparency. There's also efficiency in terms of faster reporting and real-time problem solving, and then better monitoring and better service delivery. So what are some of the challenges that hinder CSOs from adopting technology? The first one was on unreliable power and poor internet, especially for those in rural areas. Of course, finances in terms of high cost and limited budgets to adopt this kind of technology. So let's now look at CSO's involvement in legislative processes. These are policy-related processes. So a number of CSOs, 63.1%, indicated that yes, they participate in legislative processes. And what came out is that CSOs mainly participate at county level, but very minimal at national level. In terms of the areas that they contribute to were mainly CIDPs, so CIDPs, community water laws, special planning, tariffs, all these are the county level. In terms of engagement in WASH policy-making processes, a number of CSOs indicated that they participate in public participation still at the local level in terms of budget forums, county bills, as I said, CIDPs earlier. They also participate in capacity support, offering training to county officials and communities, among others. In terms of the barriers to participation of CSOs in legislative processes, the first one was in access, gaps in access, in terms of accessing information to participate, accessing the venues of the forums. And number two was logistical limitations to allow them travel, because they require a lot of costs. And then there was also capacity gaps where there is low legal literacy or low understanding of legal terms. And then on private sector engagement, so this was to test engagement of civil society organizations with the private sector. Majority of the CSOs we interacted with said no, they do not interact with private sector. And a few, 30.5%, actually 31% said they do not interact at all, 30.5% said they do moderately. In terms of what exactly they do with the private sector, the main area that they focus on is water service provision and CSR partnerships. In terms of alignment with SDG goal number 6, 88% of the participants that we engaged indicated that yes, they understand the SDGs and the activities align with them, while 7.7% did not understand the SDGs and do not align the activities with the SDGs. Among the social enterprises engaged, 63% indicated that they align their activities with social enterprises, while 25% do not understand the SDGs and thereby do not align with the SDG 6. So in conclusion, what came out of this report this year? For sure, investment in WASH and WRM has increased, and that is driven by public, private, and donor contribution. However, there is a lot of uneven distribution or uneven flow of funds in the sector because of over-reliance on donor funding. Kenya's WASH and WRM sectors are still making strides, but the road ahead requires stronger investment models, especially around integrity, quality, and compliance. So on to the recommendations. What are we recommending to the CSOs and social enterprises? For financial sustainability, there is need to explore other sources of funding to move away from over-reliance on donor funding. This could include piloting alternative financial approaches, such as low-cost service delivery models. In terms of governance, compliance, and policy engagement, they still need to strengthen accountability. CSOs thereby should adopt internal compliance checklist. And this is what we talked about in integrity, quality, and compliance. There's also need to adopt technology for better reporting and for better service delivery. In terms of partnership and multi-sector integration, they still need to formalize partnerships to ensure that everything we do on the ground is formalized. To the county government, the recommendations are quite close. The first one is on financing and gender-responsive services. There is need for counties to allocate dedicated budgets to gender-sensitive WASH services, particularly in schools and public spaces. There is also need for the county governments to coordinate and promote partnerships. That is, multi-stakeholder coordination platforms should be formalized to ensure adequate resources channeled to the right groups. In terms of innovation and technology, there's also need for the counties to adopt technology for accountability purposes, for transparency, and for better reporting. On governance and systems efficiency, procurement and reporting systems need to be streamlined to reduce delays and bottlenecks that hinder partnerships at the county level. What are we recommending to the national government? Same thing on financing and sustainability. There's need to establish matching grant facility to improve access to public funds and reduce over-reliance on donor funding. On capacity building and institutional support, there is need to institutionalize regular trainings for CSOs to ensure that we are aligned in matters reporting. There's also need to adopt data or use data for evidence-informed decision-making. And lastly, there is need for better collaboration and engagement frameworks. To the development partners, there is need for alignment and coordination to harmonize funding, to move away or to reduce duplication of efforts and competition among civil society organizations. In terms of financing models and accessibility, there is need for, we call upon the development partners to provide long-term support to business models, and to also create simple application procedures for the small civil society organizations that are often left out because of the complex application processes for funds. In terms of innovation and technology, the compliance, planning, and monitoring, there is need to link funding disbursement to compliance to milestones and provide technical support to help CSOs meet the regulatory requirements. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Joan Connes for that good presentation. We transition now to plenary and feedback. I hope you are taking notes when the presentation was being done. Allow me to invite also the Chief Executive, Maleshi Shivaji, so that you can spread or share the questions. I know the entire brigade of Kewasnet is here from the chair. Where need be, they'll also be involved to ensure that bullets are not leveled against a few individuals. We spread them. So this is your moment. I take a set of 5 questions. A set of 5 questions. So I do number 1, Irene. I have number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. So you know your number. I may not remember your name. Number 2 is here.
Thank you so much, Kewasnet, for that comprehensive report. And yeah, we've come a long way as a sector, and I'm really proud of where we are now. So my comments basically will be touching around certain elements that we look at how we can improve on our reporting, but also looking at what's the focus for the subsequent reporting that would look like. So I will start, and I like the objectives that you had outlined in terms of assessing what we do, trends in financing, service, compliance, and all that angle. Even in terms of scope, I liked what you had. I think significantly, we are talking about accelerating universal access. At the center of this is partnerships, and that is not a scope that we covered. So it could add value potentially in the next report to also assess what kind of partnerships and the quality of partnerships that CSOs in Kenya are getting into, because that is apparently impacting across the different levels that you've outlined as the gaps, the challenges, and even some of the risks. It's because of the kind of partnerships that we are leveraging for this. And then for the geographic distribution, the typical geographic, rural, urban is really good, but I think we are missing out on an opportunity in terms of having a lens on the sectoral focus, because the report was a bit siloed. It's just WASH and what WRM, still talking about WASH sector, but how are these different agencies interfacing with the different sectors? Again, going back to the narrative of universal access. Universal access is not only in terms of communal WASH, but there are spaces like healthcare facilities, education, that are fundamental spaces that we need to engage in. I'm raising this because yesterday WHO and UNICEF had released a report around WASH in healthcare facilities, and what is emerging in terms of access, 1.2 billion are still not having water in those facilities. Sanitation is equivalent to, again, another billion across the other things. So how are we able then to highlight that sectoral focus also in our report? One, to shed a light in the spaces that we are engaging more, and then to see where can we improve as a sector to engage in terms of cross-sectoral integration. Then we have looked at this issue around what you talked about, the support that CSOs receive, 54% saying that they are receiving technical support from the government. I think that that has raised a flag to me, because I'm wondering, what is the role of government and what is our role? If the government is not providing technical support to CSOs, what is that saying in terms of our capacity even to hold the government accountable? So for me, that is already an element that we need to start looking at. What is it that we are not addressing, that the government has to come in to build our capacity? I know we have interfaces around policy understanding and capacity related to operationalization of that. But if technical capacity is in our day-to-day business, then there's a gap somewhere. Then it's interesting also where there is a quote that governors focus on the Big Four agenda and WASH is sidelined.
Is that the last one?
It's the second last one. I'm wrapping. I'm just wondering again, going back to how do we position WASH in spaces? The Big Four agenda for a number of countries have significant sectors that are dependent on WASH. So if you're not able to bring out the visibility of WASH even in education and health, where does that position us in terms of the county agenda? Then as I wind up, there are some recommendations that were raised. I was quite keen, particularly around the ones related to the national government and development partners. Again, going back to us, going to appreciate what is the role of the government and what is the role of the development partners. So for governments, I'm seeing that we are recommending that they need to establish a CSO matching grant facility. But is that what will move the needle? Is it our space as CSOs to deliver services, or they are mandated actors who need to deliver that services, and CSOs can play a different role? So again, for recommendations, looking at what can be actionable in terms of, one, strategic alignment with different partners, but then also at the second level, significant challenges related to our operations. If out of 10.2 billion, we can only account for 5.6 billion, that was already a big flag that should have also been included in this recommendation on how we can improve on our operations. But then for the others, I think I'll just have a bilateral with KEWASNET for purposes of time.
Thank you, Irene. I think that is a mouthful. We will not go to number 2. That is already a set of 5 questions. So Shivaji and Joanne, please see how you handle this.
Thank you, Irene. And I think for the comments, I think we appreciate that. I think it's always been our intention when we do such a launch and when we do the dissemination to find avenues for improving the next edition. So we appreciate the comments, particularly focusing on the types and quality of partnerships. Also the sectoral focus, which I think has been you've raised it at 2 levels, generally and also at the Big Four agenda. Maybe the general comment I would say about that is that with regards to sectoral focus, one of the things we have been doing for a couple of years now is to look at the SDG, the contributions towards the SDG, which has been our interface with the sectoral focus. So one of the questions we've been asking is, to what extent do the activities that the CSOs are undertaking contribute to the SDGs? And in that manner, we attempt to test the cross-sectoral engagements and how deliberate CSOs are with regards to providing results for other sectoral areas. Now, with regards to this question on technical support received from government, I know it could be a controversial area, particularly looking at it from the perspective that you have put it. But I would also want to say that increasingly, and I know Makueni County government is here, and I have sat in one sitting with Makueni where they have been explicit in saying, don't think we don't have capacity. That government also has capacity that can support. So sometimes when you look at the partnerships, it's probably easier when you look at it as collaborative. And sometimes, for example, when we engage an entity like WRA, who are also in the house, they come with specific technical capacities that then support some of the work that CSOs do. I could also give an example of the Center for Groundwater Research. It's a government institution with specific technical capabilities. So if CSOs are doing groundwater, for example, there may be value in getting capacity from either WRA or the Center for Groundwater. So maybe this is how we were looking at it from this perspective, that government also has certain capacities that CSOs could rely on. Do I need to say more? Okay.
Was that exhaustive enough?
I know there is, yes, there is bilateral, but there was also the issue of how we can improve reporting, particularly around the issue of finance, that there is 10 billion, but what they can really report is 5.6. Yeah, it's a question that we have been struggling. I think this year there is a bit of improvement. Last year was much more unfortunate because, and there are various issues, including who exactly is the respondent. Because if Irene is the respondent and then she comes and says, I don't deal with budget, I only deal with technical, that then becomes an impediment in terms of the quality of results that we get. But it's something that we are trying to see, how do we continually improve the quality of reporting that we get from our respondents.
I think, Irene, that is sufficient for now. I'm told you will do bilateral. Now, and in the interest of time, if we find that the questions are many and overwhelming, we will go with this set. Then I would suggest we also give an email address where these questions can be pushed. Because I know we may not be able to answer all the questions. You can still contribute without being locked out. Number 2. And I know there could be many questions, but in all fairness, not more than 2. Just pick, decide.
Okay.
Which one?
Thank you. I'll try and summarize them into 2. Then first, just to congratulate KEWASNET for the good work done and the improvement in reporting. Mine kind of makes both suggestions, recommendations on how best we can go about it. But in terms of data and evidence system, I think as wash sector or CSOs in the wash sector, we need to come together and find ways of standardizing our indicators. Yes, many of us keep saying we're doing JMP and we are adhering to that. But when it comes to reporting, it's very different. We don't even have data that we can say we are collectively saying that this is from the wash sector. A good example is the way the health is doing now. They're actually standardizing and putting in wash indicators into the forms that CHPs are picking. And this is our opportunity so that we're able to put in indicators that we want to push, and we can have validated data from the ground up. So it might inform us in some of these things that we are doing as a sector, and we'll be able to even justify the numbers that we have. And then the second one is about the integration of systems. Like we know, WASH sits in the Department of Health, Department of Water, and Education at the county level. How best do we integrate some of the systems that are there so that we're able to have data that we can all validate and see, and pick from there that this is the work that we are doing, and have trends or monitor our successes from the ground? Thank you.
Your name may be for record purposes and the institution. We know Irene Guy is from Water.
This is Ida Binale from Wash Alliance Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself when you're doing the question. It's good for documentation.
Thank you so much.
Maybe we have AI and it's recording.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. My name again is Ridwan Sadiki from Taita Taveta. I have two sets of questions. One, in fact, I love the presentation. It's fantastic. The area of local NGOs and local CBOs, they've taken a big pie. Now, in relation to the draft regulations, which are of course the PBOs have finished, and the Community Groups Act are ongoing. What will be the strategy to make sure that there is that capacity building enhancement to these CBOs, because they have taken the larger pie? How do we make sure that we build their capacity to ensure that really they move across the board? And then number two is on, there's this concept on global north and global south funding shifts. What is it all about to the CBOs or the organizations at the bottom of the pyramid, in line to the SDGs acceleration program 2025-2030? Because this framework has been there for the last 10 years. But you find a CBO somewhere across the board, they don't even know if that framework is there. Kindly, thank you.
Thank you. Number 4. So those are 4 questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Patrick.
Yes, thank you. I'm Patrick Mwanzia from Simavi. Good report. I think this is a good improvement from the last previous reporting on voice. I picked 2 issues related to each other, which is around policy issues or maybe lobbying. One of the slides, Joanne, you presented showed that county government support for WASH has been reducing for the last 3 reporting periods. It's on the downward trend, if I can remember very well. And that is worrying because water and sanitation, they are devolved function to the county governments. And it's also showed the civil society and social enterprises, they are working a lot at the county level and not at the national level. So is it that we are not effectively influencing the county governments to have allocation, prioritize allocation to WASH sector, which is something we need to work as CSOs to improve? And number 2, the final one, is I also saw that civil society organizations and social enterprises, they are prioritizing their lobby and advocacy work at the county level. Very limited at the national level. Yet at the national level, that's where the agenda is being set, which is being rolled out to the county level. This is the question now to KEWASNET as a national network on WASH and WRM. I think we try to improve to have more participation at the national level so that we have our voice strengthened. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can pick those ones, 6 of them. 2 from Binale, WASH Alliance, 2 from Sadaka. Have I pronounced it well? Sadiki. Okay. Then the last two from Patrick Mwanzia. In any order that you love.
Okay. A critical question on standardizing of indicators, and it is something indeed we struggle with, even in the voice, because simple things like even how do we determine beneficiary numbers, for example. Different organizations define beneficiaries differently. And it has not been our intention to advise, because the voice seeks just to collect the data. And we therefore depend on the discretion or the practice per organization, and then we collect it. And sometimes that creates a bit of a question mark with the integrity of what we report due to the differences between organizations. Now, in our attempt to treat this, because this is not even a KEWASnet issue, we have previously attempted to engage the national government and other actors through earlier in the year, or was it last year? Last year, actually, we had a joint sector monitoring engagement. And one of the things we proposed, because we understood this to be a challenge, was a request to WASREB, really, to help in standardizing, because they have done that for the WSPs. How about just creating standard indicators for the entire sector so that all actors then make reference to this? If this is done coming from the regulator, then there will be a requirement for compliance for all parties, and maybe then we will start making reference to standard indicators. So it's something we are aware of, something we have made an attempt to address, but it can only come from the regulator, in our opinion. On the question of integration of systems, quite similar. I think it's a question of who holds the repository of data for the sector, so that we all are contributing to, and we then understand that we are feeding to a collective thing. The health sector, for example, has done much better than the water sector in this regard. But it's a conversation that we still try to have in terms of improving integration and data consistency for the water sector. The questions from Sadiki are very difficult because they are not just speaking to this report, but are also speaking to the general existence of our local organizations. In particular, talking about, for example, the draft community regulations and what intent and strategy is in place with regards to building their capacity to understand these regulations, but also to effectively participate. No straight answer from me, to be honest, in this regard, because what we know is that national NGOs attempt to build the capacity of the local CBOs and other local entities they work with. However, this is always limited due to resources, due to, I mean, if I don't know you as a local CBO, I will not engage with you. So there are many factors that then limit this, and probably the same answer would would go towards this issue of the global shift in financing and funding, because it's a global issue informed by nationalistic interests more than anything else. So when Trump cancels the US aid, it is not because of global intention, but because of nationalistic interests. So how we respond, and in our report we have attempted to recommend for several years now an increasing shift in terms of how we resource mobilize, the kind of partnerships we build, to be much more local and to find local resource mobilization, largely because in the global phase, everything is shifting towards nationalistic tendencies, and we can't control that. For Mr. Mwanzia, are we not effectively influencing budgeting and resource allocation for water at the county level? No, we are not. Maybe that is the simple answer. And why are we not doing that? It's largely because we are not doing enough of research and demonstrating with evidence the impacts of non-allocation of resources. So without evidence, it is very difficult to push the buttons, to get the county governments to push the button, unless we are giving them evidence on how WASH is important, the impacts of non-prioritization of the sector, and so on. And finally, why is it that there is a clear indication that there is a consistent focus on the local level, the county level, compared to the national level? I'll say it's largely because most of the CSOs are working towards community interventions, which means the service level. So even if they are working at lobbying and advocacy, they are looking at it from the service level, which is not happening at the national level. It's happening at the county level. It's a constitutional mandate which is devolved. And therefore, it then follows that most of the investments will be directed towards where the community is, where the service provision is, and that is at the county level. However, for the national level NGOs, some of them are here, Kwaho, CESPAD, NIA, and others, WASH Alliance, even Umande Trust. I'm looking at the ones I can see from here. I am short-sighted. Yes, I started with Kwaho. That they have been consistently engaging at the national level advocacy, even if they are also doing some work at the county level. So for national level organizations, there is that focus, but for the majority who are looking at service level interventions, it is at the devolved level. Thank you. Any addition?
Yeah. I could add a little bit to respond to Sadiki on what we are doing to capacity build community-based organizations, especially in line with policies. So there are a number of approaches that we've used, and continue to use. One of them being simplification of these policy documents to a language that CBOs can actually understand and enable them engage with these policies, including to hold duty bearers to account. So that is one, simplification of documents and actually disseminating them. And then another one is what we call study cycles. We've done study cycles in the past, which are basically, you know, picking a topic of discussion that happens at the national level but affects the local level. So since the CBOs are at the local level, we would pick a topic of discussion that is most relevant to the CBOs on the ground, but a topic that starts from the national level. We also have what we call technical working groups, which have been great forums to actually, you know, share ideas and share information. So having CBOs in such forums are always a great opportunity for them to interact with other non-governmental organizations, and even government, to basically understand, you know, different issues within the sector. And then recently we've done X Spaces. We've started X Spaces, which again are a great, they are great platforms for anybody really, including CBOs, to actually come in and learn and, you know, get capacity built on different topics. So every month we have different topics of discussion where people come in and we have experts discussing topics, and CBOs can learn from there as well. So there are actually several ways that we do that, and those are just a few. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, a bit of consultation. You can agree with me, if you look at the program, plenary and feedback was supposed to end at 12. So, and we are already at 1, so we have to cover 40 minutes. So it means we will overrun lunch. We don't know, I'm checking with the hotel to look at it. So those are 11 questions. Maybe I just allow Daktari that these are the last questions that are coming from you. It's one question? Okay. You have another question? I'm trying to avoid this. I wanted to give an email. Wow. Now, let's agree. One question, the rest on email. One. I think that's a fair opportunity. One question, please. So we have Daktari 1, there's a gentleman there, 2, then 3. And that question should not be more than 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Patrick Alube from Kenya Water for Health Organization. Yeah, mine has been a concern, and I think it's been a concern all these years when we have done this, The Voice. And the concern is in terms of double reporting, because sometimes I wonder how useful our data becomes, especially to feed into the national level, if it has to feed into the national level. I know WASFREB is doing a very good job, but they have concentrated on the WSPs. I wonder whether the WSPs also look at what the NGOs are doing within their areas, and whether they are also reporting part of what the NGOs are doing within their jurisdiction. Otherwise, it is something that maybe the report could also find out whether there are other sources that the CSO or the social enterprise is reporting to, so that that can be aggregated and maybe that can be highlighted. Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
The design, I think today we saw the entry of the young people. I think it would be useful for us It was interesting to see your focus on the gender numbers. I think it would be useful to go beneath the numbers and really understand how is that gender playing out. It would be good, like I did see finding around women's voices being muted because of ethnicity, cultural issues. That's a very important observation. It needs to come out so that there can be some recommendations to the departments that deal with those issues, because the women voices and other gender voices need to come out.
Thank you. There's another one. Then I'm told Makueni, the last one.
Thank you. My question has been awakened by the last comment by the CEO on concentration on county governments, for the CSOs focusing in the county governments. I think this is alive to the fact that what you've mentioned about services provision to the last beneficiary, but mine is to challenge the CSOs in this room, and specifically maybe in the coming year of implementation. The landscape is growing about the duty bearers across board, and especially at the national level. And this is because when we look at service provision and each and every person getting these services, both water and sanitation, and I'm glad also WASREB is in the house. And as per what is supposed to be done, like Makueni, in the context of Makueni, we've tried, but there's a lot of work to be done by the CSOs also to onboard such offices like the Office of the Auditor General, the Office of the Attorney General, and also there's some new developments on ground. And I'm speaking in the context of Makueni. Maybe it may not be the same in the other counties. From the report, which has been a very good and informing report, Joanne, there is this element of capitalizing on CBOs and maybe self-help groups in this sector, and for which it's also a compliance issue, where we have the rise of water use associations. I'm glad one of my water users, the first one in Makueni County, is here, which was supported by KEWASNET. This was the first to be registered in Makueni, and I can categorically say now we have 3. This is a journey. It might look it's easy, but it's a journey which has been realized after 10 years of devolution. We're in the 3rd cycle of devolution, and with this landscape changing, the other duty bearers who are coming on board, please involve them in the coming reporting and the coming implementation, all CSOs. Let's engage, let's onboard them, because with this landscape of compliance, the other duty bearer, who is the social development services at national level, all these are at national level, the social development services, and with the rise of change in terms of wash management, they've also started looking into it. I can give in context confidently in Makueni, like specifically in Kibwezi West, they've started recalling registration certificates for groups in water. So what next if they recall? And this other process is not really known on ground. The exact process of registration as a water use association, it is not clear, and it is I'm not saying it is not clear, but it is it requires a lot of capacity building, because even the project manager for Ulu can attest, it's a journey. It's not easy, and it requires a lot of capacity building if we are going to go the right direction of ensuring services in the wash sector, specifically water now. Let's also onboard these duty bearers, because they're contributing a lot to how the service is being done. If you're undertaking the service as a self-help group, if you're undertaking the service as a CBO, kindly and WASREB take that challenge. It's a big challenge, and let's address it maybe in the coming implementation through the CSO support. Thank you.
The last one, behind there.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Frederick Odhiambo. I work with Haki Jamii. and thank you for the good job. My question is, you did some recommendations on policy and advocacy, and I was expecting to see what has been the role of CSOs in terms of we have policies and acts that have passed in the past 1 year in Parliament. How many submissions in terms of memorandum or even position paper did CSO submit to the National Assembly or even county government to influence these policies? Because we are talking about a voice report. How do we ensure that the voices of communities, especially the marginalized communities, are presented to influence these policies and even the acts that have passed in Parliament? Thank you.
You can respond to those ones. I know the regulator, I don't know if they'll have the opportunity to respond, but questions are coming in touching on their mandate, including the issue of the KPIs. Is it time we think that there is a need of a framework of engagement that is chaperoned by the regulator? And you did allude to that. Or the government waits until there is heat coming from the civil society. That is when quickly meetings are done, called, and when that matter goes again, there is no engagement. So please proceed.
All right, I'll take one of the questions. Actually, it came off as a comment, Dr. Ngimwa, when we talked about contribution and needs of the young people. This is to confirm that they participated in the voice report, specifically the Kisumu Youth Wash Parliament. So we were able to capture their contribution in this report as well. And then in terms of gender disaggregated data, that is a very good comment. In terms of there is need to go beneath the numbers, I think that's something that we'll definitely look into in the next report. And then there's a question that Mr. Alube, you asked. I'm not sure it was a question or a comment in terms of how useful our data is and whether the duty bearers make reference to it. It would be nice to hear from the duty bearers whether you find our data useful. I believe that is a question that should go to you, because on our end, once we have the report, we actually do the dissemination. We have dissemination forums, and we've seen the report quoted even beyond our borders. So internally, it would be good to know if our own duty bearers in the country actually make reference to the report. And then there was a question on the recommendations asked by Haki Jamii on the work that CSOs have done around memoranda. That is a very good question. We highlighted, the work around the legislations, but we did not specifically mention how many memoranda have been submitted. So for sure we know they've been submitted, but this is not something we captured in the report. But I think your comment is well taken. Actually, it is well taken. In the next one, we'll be sure to capture that. Thank you.
And maybe I'll start from there with regards to a combination of that question and what Mr. Alube alluded to. Indeed, as Joanna has mentioned, we have not gotten to the level of disaggregation of the efforts by different CSOs and social enterprises, particularly with regards to lobbying and advocacy. And one of the reasons is that when it comes to lobbying and advocacy, there is a lot of joint efforts. So, for example, when you talk about the sanitation policy, CSOs will collectively deliver a memorandum, maybe under the banner of CHAOSNet or under the banner of grassroots organizations and so on. So when it comes to reporting, each one of them will indicate that they did participate, and they did individually contribute, because reporting is individual. You don't expect that Haki Jamii, because you went to UPR on behalf of CSOs, that we will assume that you will report on behalf of us. If we participated, we will report directly. So that has been one of the challenges, and in the avoidance of double reporting, then we just have not been disaggregating to the extent that you request. But we think that it could be a useful thing going forward. I think the question on double reporting, Mr. Alube, is an important one. And I think one of the things that WASREB has been doing in recent times, starting from this year's impact report, is also to try and look at the community level reporting. And I think because we have been partners in this reporting for a long time, we should also find a platform through which we can then clean our data to know which one it is that we are reporting the same thing and which one is separate. And finally, to appreciate what Caroline is saying, indeed very important in terms of compliance and the fact that there are new actors being established by new legislation and policy, or strengthening their mandate. And as a result, there are then compliance implications to many non-state actors, especially community-level organizations. I think this is something important for us, and I think in the next report, as we try to look at our integrity, quality, and compliance, we might find some additional parameters to help test that, because as we undertake the IQC component for this voice report, for us it is what makes reference to reporting, and that compliance bit is really important. So if there are new aspects of compliance, we need to integrate them, we need to recognize them, and we need to test them, because as we test them, organizations become more aware of them and then also undertake actions towards compliance. Thank you.
Why don't we appreciate Joanne and the CEO? So the email is being projected for questions that you have. No, it needs to be put on. Okay. That's okay. I think in a few minutes or seconds, it will be displayed and you'll be able to pick it. You can do a photo. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying as much as possible to ensure that we don't overrun lunch, because I've been given the time. It's around 2, because they're closing at 2:30, and we want to clear these. So I want to believe that was a very good engagement on the voice report. A lot of questions from the recommendation and presentation. And I think the message is we need to take the report also to another level, look at inclusion of other parameters. If it's a memorandum, they were signed, which were operationalized. For example, as we have been engaging mostly on supporting counties and utilities do policies. So the number of policies developed, those ones that have been operationalized, because that is how you influence the enabling environment. So I believe that has been captured, and as we seek to improve the report, some of those comments that have been made will be incorporated, Bwana CEO. Because the largest room on planet Earth is room for improvement. Now, without much ado, I want to bring in our chief guest to give the keynote address, Sarin Malik, Executive Secretary, anew. Allow me to do a bit of some decoration by Sarin Malik leads African Civil Society Network on Water anew, the umbrella organization of water and sanitation NGOs in Africa, present in over 50 countries. She currently holds the position of vice chair on the SWA steering committee, with over 15 years of experience in the field of water governance and restructuring WASH NGOs. She focuses on working with NGOs to meaningfully engage in the water and anti-corruption sector, mobilizing voice around the call to action that good water governance is key to improved sector performance. Sarin, a lawyer by profession, has widely published and supported the development of the sector governance tools for state and non-state actors. I first met her when she was at Transparency International. So, and that work has not stopped. You can see now she's globe-trotting and has a presence in 50 countries. Let's welcome Malik.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Like Joanne, I'm like, okay, I didn't know that had been written. Sounded like something I may have written through ChatGPT or very quickly. But it's an absolute pleasure, and I'm really humbled to be here today. It's a privilege. And this, my friends, is what Malesi Shivaji's leadership looks like. Me standing over here. So please give him a hand. He never clipped my wings, always made sure that he lifted me, and that is why 11 years down the line, actually, one of the key KPIs is to have, well, who was once actually, yes, a project officer at Transparency International, a deputy then with KEWASNET, to be here launching as chief guest The Voice 11th edition. So please, that's what I said. This is what leadership looks like. Follow in his footsteps and support him. I'd actually cobbled something in my mind, but in various sequences. But I think I'm going to start with the first one, that it is no secret that the funding landscape, it looks pretty awful right now. Even though I'm surprised to see that the numbers went up. Yes, I know, Irene is like, really? But we all know that when it comes to advocacy work, actually, this is where we're really feeling the pinch. And I do hope that we will see a 12th edition, a 13th, a 14th, a 15th, and an ongoing one. And while we may not have these development partners and foreign donors to come and support us, eventually I am hoping that it will be you funding this report. That you would have taken ownership to a point where within your own budgets you've actually mainstreamed something for the development of the voice, so that this work may continue. And I think that's really critical. Now, we've talked a lot about genesis of, no, I'll call it early child development, which Asha raised. Though with KEWASNET, it was more in terms of Exodus, Deuteronomy, and then Genesis. I will not get into the Exodus bits. we won't go there. Those are very controversial chapters in our history. But then you've been hearing this buzzword being thrown around, right? Thought leadership, right? How many of you have heard it? Thought leadership, thought leadership. Every dodgy little podcast, self-help podcast you're listening to is talking about thought leadership, but also in more respectable and polite society, we talk about thought leadership. Deuteronomy for Kewasnet, we had already started on thought leadership. And by that, what did we mean? We were uncompromising on the fact that you needed to prescribe to water governance if you wanted to be part of the network. And we were ready to die on that hill. You want to be part of the network, you will subscribe to water governance, because we believe that that is really the main engine. I don't have to repeat what Engineer Chengo has said, what Malesi has said, what Wasreb has said. All this falls within governance. The voice is a governance tool. And this is why we had said, and we were being asked, you're broke, you have zero power, and you're telling us that to be part of your network, you will subscribe to water governance? And we were like, yes, that's exactly what we are saying. And that was Deuteronomy. And then came Genesis. How did it start? Malesi and Chengo, of course, are very humble. They will not talk about it. But just as a reminder, it actually started, actually Chengo is one of the dads of the Voice report. 2013, Malesi and I went to Chengo. Please give us a chance. Please endorse Kewasnet, or at least give an MOU to Kewasnet. And one of the first asks actually was the CSO sector performance reporting. Needless to say, during the exodus, we had also been taken to Uganda by WaterAid then to go and take a look at their model. Irene, just in case it's like you did not feel that we had mentioned you or acknowledged you. You're welcome. And it has actually progressed over the last 11 years. But the message remains the same. Governance. And in this case, we're actually among the first networks on the continent, I would say even in the world, that actually looks inward. How are we governing ourselves? I told you what good governance looks like. It's me standing here within an institution and an organization. No scandals. And if they're there, we know how to fix them. It's called a mea culpa letter, just in case you were wondering. And this was really critical because we had been told by Chengo, there is no way you are pointing a finger at us when there are four of them pointing in your direction. Fix it. Be transparent in terms of your work before demanding for transparency on other sides. Build your case or build your legitimacy and your credibility for it. Why does this matter? Because the rapture has been predicted for civil society organizations, isn't it? How many forums do you sit in and you're told, CSOs, you're dead now, you're dying? Many. Many, right? And our culprits are sometimes these little social enterprises, these enterprises, private sector. You're dead. There's no need for civil society. No. Big, big, big mistake. I tell them we are immortal. We were there probably during the Stone Age. We were there in one form a couple of decades ago, and we will continue to be there. And this is why the voice matters, and this is why you matter. You still matter. I wish I could share with you of something that happened yesterday, something momentous. Unfortunately, we have a gag order. We can't go ahead and share it. But you will find out soon enough what it is. And coming out of that meeting, our resolve was strengthened as civil society organizations. because this would not have been done without civil society. Finding that voice, which was being muted, amplifying it, and taking it to heights that even we didn't think was going to be possible. We knew it would be possible, but not the way, as fast as it has come out. And this still matters. You have to point out and fight for the mischief that you see in the sector. It matters. You have to showcase and fight for and put visibility on the good things that you have equally done in the sector. It goes both ways. It's really important in order to survive moving forward. I'm going to now put things a bit into context, because as I knew, and SWA and everything else, I was told, please put a little global flavor or regional flavor to your discussion. A couple of things are happening on this continent. I'm going to start with our continent. How many of you are aware of the development of the Africa Water Vision Policy 2025, post-2025? That is very few. Let me tell you, my brothers and sisters, there's a whole policy that is being designed for the continent. In case you know, it's going to go for endorsement at the Heads of State Summit next year in February in Addis. This is the new policy. Now, as civil society organizations, we've been engaging in different streams. Your networks actually have been extremely involved in the development of that policy. And that policy is going to determine how business is going to be run, or how the sector is going to be run moving forward for, I think, at least the next, 25, about 25 years. The last meeting was 28 years ago. And so this is actually currently being reviewed. The changes and the amendments of, and even the implementation of that policy at the country level cannot happen without you being there. It can't. Your roles were equally redefined just now. And I agree with my sister Irene. Our job is not product. It's process. Malesi has been banging on about this for years. You are not the service provider. The government of Kenya or Ghana or whoever it is the provider. What you do on the ground is a demonstration. What you must do is support the process for the delivery of the product. You're not the one, unless, yes, now we're seeing social enterprises coming in, and even they have been given certain licenses, isn't it? Or particular permits. Have you ever thought of why? Now, in your survival, because even we were guilty of it, where we were like, maybe we should all become social entrepreneurs, or, or review our business models. Some of you have started hotels and restaurants, bless you, for trying it out. But the truth is that if you do not make sure that the world hears about this work that was done, how things were presented here this morning, I really liked the model, in terms of let's have, people talk about how civil society actually helped them. Because I get asked that question, so why should we fund you? I'm like, really? Really? So it is really important moving forward, that you state what it is you're doing, but you also need to be clear on what it is you're doing. Number two, in preparation for the UN Water Conference 2026, now, I knew it's been given, it was started off as a coffee mandate, but now it's going to be a formalized mandate to mobilize African civil society organizations on the continent for the discussions moving forward. We proposed that from 0.5% we push to 1%. And why did we do that? Because for as long as our countries do not prioritize it, keep it at 0.5%, Why on earth should somebody come and give us additional funding? I strongly believe there's a correlation between what the country has stated or what has been put and the funding that we get. If water had been given, let's say, 10% or 15% of the GDP, you wouldn't be struggling with your funding. True or not true? You would not be struggling. You won't be struggling. So there's also, in terms of the work you need to do, that is closely linked to your own survival. You have to ask, and for the survival for anybody in this sector, including the utilities, including the regulator, including anybody. I am seeing it at the Africa Investment Program level, that AIP. You've heard of that big beast called AIP. Have you heard of it? How many of you have heard of it? Where the statement was, okay, 30 billion, I think, or 3 billion per annum is required on the continent to fulfill SDG 6 or universal coverage for all. And let me tell you, those meetings are mostly the private sector, not your social entrepreneur, please. Like sovereign funds, foundations, BlackRock or whoever it is, JP Morgan, money, you know, pensions. Those are the discussions that they are having directly with the government. Now, I was invited in South Africa. Did I feel like a bit of like fish out of water? Yes, because I was like, what are we going to say exactly over here? It wasn't like I was going for fundraising. But I told them one thing. You are taking money on behalf of the people of your country. Don't you forget that. And promises made have to be promises kept, and we will hold you to it. And there lies your role. This oversight role is becoming extremely, extremely important. And a case has to be made for it. Use the networks, KEWASNet, to make sure that the results are coming out. Do things in an orderly fashion, for goodness sake. How is it 65% of us are still not operating with licenses? What are we doing? Again, remember, you can't point the finger and then 4 fingers are pointing in your direction. I know MD over here, dear Thomas, you know, when he comes and then shuts down your system, you know, I'll be like, tell me, Serene, these people, Malesi, your people, what are they doing? You know, not following the rules. Follow the rules. Follow the rules. Follow the rules, and let's see how we can all work together. But voice is really critical. Like I said, mischief, whatever mischief we see, but also the good things that we see. And so I will end with that. And again, thank you, Malesi, as always. As always. By the way, he's still my boss. In case some of you were wondering who holds me accountable, you can go to Malesi and complain about me if you want. And it's a pleasure. Please let us continue the good fight. We are not irrelevant. We matter. We will survive. We will continue. We must, yes, get along with the new players. For those that know me, you know that I'm a bit like a squid. So tentacles everywhere, including private sector. Plural. But it's more not in terms of that word, or me being the main character, but also in terms of cross-pollination. It really helps. As for you, the veterans that have been in your organizations for a very long time, stay there. Stay there. I'm serious. Stay there. Expand your comfort zone. I know sometimes there's the allure of the regional, of this, of that. Yeah, it's there. But more and more we are moving towards the individual, your personal strength, and a recognition that actually a lot of these organizations would not survive if. And it's not, has nothing to do with succession planning or any of that other nonsense so far. Sometimes it's a funding question. Sometimes Malesi or myself have to work voluntarily for 4 or 5 months just to keep something going. So it's really about your dedication. I'm not saying wallow in poverty, get creative, go build that hotel, or, sell the pineapples out of the boot. I don't know. You figure it out. But expand your comfort zone. And by this I mean try and, expand the comfort zone. Don't try and completely change it. You are still very valuable. And I can assure you that the work will not move without you as the individuals and your experience, at the head of this. Sometimes I know it's difficult. It's difficult. But I always say, right now, under the current environment, you are safer where you are. True or not true? Yeah? You are more in control. You have the knowledge. Try and see what you can do with that to improve the plight of civil society, the survival of civil society, and also, how is it that we're going to raise the resources for the work we do? But like I said, that work starts somewhere. Push for the 1% or 2%. I mean, aren't the climate nuts doing the same thing every time? Yeah, we're being threatened by 1.5, now 2 degrees. Boom, money goes up. Maji hatujasikia siku moja, the demand being made for it to be raised at that global level, then brought down. The Africa Water Vision Policy is an opportunity for all of you. UN Water Conference, we're trying to get the voice in. That has been the request that we have of Senegal and the United Arab Emirates. And this is why it is really important that we have reports like The Voice, because it gives us the evidence in terms of saying this is how we want to go it and how we want to go about it and what we want to say. So I'm not going to stand further, but I'm looking forward to the fireworks and lunch now. So on that note, thank you all. And we continue that we pray this work, and I wish you success moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarin Malik. Another round of applause, please. I invite you to the program. We want to move quickly, but with a bit of adjustments to ensure that your stay has a lot of comfort. So after this, instead of going to the official launch, I'll invite Patrick Alube, Executive Director, QUAO, to do the closing remarks, which is purely a vote of thanks. Then after that, we will go to the official launch. From where I'm standing, my right hand, you see my right hand? So if you move behind the camera on the right, there is a white what? Curtain. So that is where the official launch is going to be held. So I'll give some protocols to make it easier for all of us. So I won't come here again after Alube has come. I would want us to turn, all of us, and face that direction by that time. I don't know how we'll do it, but you'll find your space to do that, all eyes there. And I'll request the chair, the chief guest, the CEO, chair emeritus, and chair board to move there. Not now, that is not happening now. I'm just giving protocols. It's not happening now. It will happen in a few, so that we are seamless by that time. So as soon as the vote of thanks is delivered, we by default now turn and face the curtain where the launch is going to be held. Then I'll request the CEO to lead that delegation of the chief guest, the chair emeritus, and chair board to go there, and ED Kwaho to move there for the official launch. And because we may not all of us fit there, you will be guided. My co-MC will be there. So if it is MDs of water companies, they can go there and take a photo with the team, then they move. If it is speakers of youth or WASH parliaments, you can go there, take. As soon as you take your photo, you leave. You want to do a selfie, arrange it earlier. So in that order, international NGOs like that of WaterAid and WhatsApp, maybe you would want to take a photo with the team, you move there. So we coalesce in small groups. I hope I'm well understood. Then that is not the final fit, because it is networking, photograph. It doesn't end there. Once we leave there, we will come up here to the podium, all of us, with the chief guest and CEO in the middle here, and all of us with the voice. We want the voice to count, so that everybody looking at that photo will see the voice running from right to left, left to right. Everywhere is voice. So we paint this place, the voice. And we will be guided in that fit by the technical team here. So that will be the last one. After that, we can now slowly locomote to the venue of the lunch. I'm told there is lunch. There is rice, soup. I don't know what the quality of the drink is, but I can assure you there is food, and there is something to wash that food down your throat. So you are welcomed by the organizers for lunch at that time. So I was just giving protocol so that it becomes easier. We know life is a drama, so tulikuwa tunajipanga, si ndio? So we want to prosecute the drama in a few. So Bwana Lube, let's applause him as he comes. Akimaliza tu tuna face wapi? Launch. Na CEO na guide, si ndio? Alafu kunakuwa na photograph session. So majenzi mushike kamera vile mnashikanga ile. Mkoe tayari. Tukimaliza huko tunakuja hapa, the main one. This one can be used in many forums, like the one we are talking about, the UN. Thank you. Without prejudice, they did give me your CV. I've been decorating people here. I'm almost being killed now. They didn't give me the CV.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Anthony, for that. Yeah, mine is simple, just to give a vote of thanks. And thank you again for making it come at such a time. You know, sometimes those people who give vote of thanks, they give when people are going, especially in Matanga. People are going, nani tunasema asante, you know. That is what happens when you are there. But then at least this time we are all seated. The main event is still coming, so it becomes good. All of us, we are around and we'll be able to concentrate and exactly get to hear this. Otherwise, thank you so much. First of all, I will just say the Almighty has enabled us to be in this place, all of us. Some have traveled from very far to this place just to come to this occasion. Others have come from the internationals, others have come from the counties, and we are quite happy that the Almighty has enabled you to come. And so let's give a round of applause to the Almighty for that. Thank you, and thank you so much. And then secondly, thank you so much to our chief guest. You know, when she was here, she has really made me think quite a lot. And Agenzi told me, come out of that office. I'm the one who is supposed to occupy that office. That's what Agenzi told me. Yeah, but you've said something that is so profound. And it has just made me thinking, yes, that we really need to come and even pass it over to those that are here, that the brains that we are having, the experience that we are having, we need to pass it over. And so thank you so much, and thank you for coming and even to grace this occasion at your level. We know they have said global trotting, and of late, you've been rare. Otherwise, thank you. A round of applause to our chief guest, and we're just so happy that she was able to come and do this for us even today. And then secondly, allow me to go to the host. Let me just thank the host. 11 years is not a joke.
11 years people gave up. 11 years people have done their own things. They've gone different direction. But here, 11 years we are still standing. And 11 years numbers are still increasing. 600 and what? If you got it. So 11 years numbers are still standing. So a round of applause to Kewasnet, being led by our CEO Malesi, that has really been so exemplary, and all of us are looking at him. All of us in the sector, we are looking at him. Any small problem, Malesi, how do we go about this? And actually he's been able to lead us quite through, and I'm sure all of us and those who are members already, you are getting the real support that is coming from Kewasnet. We have the coffee houses. These are just giving us that room to really talk and really discuss, really know what is new in these areas, and we just quite happy. The X space that is there, it is all platform that they have actually brought on board. We have the technical working groups that are already there, and I'm sure most of you are really benefiting so seriously out of this. So another round of applause to Kewasnet and for all that they've been able to do. And thank you for the supporters. We really want to thank the donors, because I'm sure behind all this there are people that have really supported the work. There are people that have gone outside there, and they have brought in their money so that we'll be able to use their money so that we will see what we have. And so we have not known them, but in absentia, let's just thank the supporters that have helped us. A round of applause for that, and thank you so much. And then thank you, partners. Thank you for standing there. You know, this thing is all about transparency. It's all about accountability. It's all about sharing information. And these are the things that all the time we talk about in our organizations. When we go, we sit down with the county government, and you hear us talk about transparency. You hear us talk about accountability and all that. You know, that time we are very serious. But when it comes to us, I like it, the four fingers. When it comes back to us, then you realize that now we are coming in very slowly. Our steps are changing, and even our faces are now dimming, and you wonder what is not happening. So thank you so much for those partners that have really put themselves out there, and they have said, our figures here, this is what we are doing, and they've been able to share with Kewasnet all this data that we have been able to collect. So thank you, and a round of applause to all the partners that have really been a part of this. And for those ones that have not been part of this, we really urge you, maybe you are even in this meeting today, and you never even gave that information, or even when the information was being needed, yeah, you are not very open to give it. I don't know how we clap for you, but because you're here, a round of applause so that we encourage you next time that you'll be able to do that. And so thank you so much for this. The other page 2, I'm waiting for page 3 for giving thanks, or thanks. We have now people who have really helped us to make what we have had, even in this place, to be what it is. And so, first of all, makofi moja tu kwa decorators. They are called what? The Reclo events. So one clap for them. And also we have the lounge, and those ones who are going to help us even to really open up that place, and the fireworks that we'll be seeing in this place. So those are the tribal arts. Let's give them one clap. Thank you for being here. We have also the printers, Basic Black Images. They've also helped us quite a lot. Makofi moja kwao, sema asante. Yeah, we also quite happy with those ones that have made us really communicate
They've made sure that you people at the back, you're hearing us, and that is through the sounds and those through the mics. They have been mixing things here. If you look at that table, it looks so technical. You wonder how they are doing it. Let's give them one clap also again. Give them a good one, because again, they have facilitated us this particular afternoon. I understand there was a DJ. Was there a DJ? Siangeinua mkono tumuone. Was there a DJ? Aya, DJ Ranta. Is he in here? Ndio yule amejificha kule. Asante DJ Ranta. Hebu tumpe makofi moja tena. Thank you for being here and making this occasion be what it is. The media team, the Ron TV, makofi mazuri kwao. We will still see your work. We will be waiting for it to see how effective that will be. Na sijui kama, are we going to watch ourselves over news somewhere? I don't know, but let's give them some clap. They've done a good work. Ushering, we've had Crystal ushering. I'm sure you've seen, we've had good ushering in this place. Is that okay? Have you seen that? Yes, and you've been reached, and it has been good. And so you are directed into this place. You are escorted to where you are seated. If you are not escorted, Pole, they will escort you out as you're going. But makofi kwao for that. Give them a nice one. Thank you very much. And we also want to thank Pride In, the Azure. I wonder whether that is a pronunciation, but forgive me. The ancestors sometimes show up in pronunciation. So don't worry when they show up in pronunciation. I don't know whether it's Azure or Azua, or I don't know. But then Pride In, makofi kwao, asante sana. And lastly, our consultant, Osena. Let's give them a round of applause. This has been great, and thank you so much. Yeah, partners, Jesus was really saying that he had to leave the 99 and go to the one. There is the one outside there, and the one outside there are the 30% that have not been reached. I don't know sanitation. Is it 82% or 72% that have not been reached? That is the one that is outside there. I don't know what plans that we have for that one that is outside there. And so even as we go out and the WSPs are here, they are reporting their coverage. I'm wondering what they are doing with the others that they are not reporting about. And so let's look for that one, and let's make sure that that one comes here. You know, when Penina was here, I was so happy. And round of applause to Penina. Round of applause to her. When she was here, I was so happy, because what was happening, I realized that when you facilitate Penina, then you people in the city, you'll also be okay. When you facilitate her, then you'll be okay. Why? Magonjwa itarudi chini, hata kuambia leta harambee ya kuchangia mimi kwa magonjwa yangu, hata kuambia, in fact, atakuwa kikuletea sukuma wiki, ila amepanda why? Because you facilitate her with water. So if we take care of our vulnerable, then we'll be able to be at peace with ourselves. With those, I say thank you, and thank you so much for being here, and congratulations even to The Voice, even as we launch it. Thank you very much. MC. Ebu inua mikono juu. Mikono juu. Manyunyu, 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 manyunyu. Ebu mwekie yote MC. Bas. Thank you.
That is the problem of being seen continuously from morning to almost evening. Sasa unakuta umezoea. Okay. Thank you so much, and I think it's a long time since I moderated sessions. I'm used to moderating international conferences and others. So I think this is just a reminder of what I used to do. So, and I'm happy, Malesi, for having identified that talent which is an extra talent outside what I do. And I think the fire is still there. I can do one bit, two things. Yeah, it's a side hustle. Na saa ingine, you know, your side hustle at times brings more money than your main hustle. I saw that. Whatever I'm paid at the end of the month, but not now, then you realize that I was able to make it in 2 hours. Just speak, just moderate. Hii kazi ya kuongea ni rahisi sana. Alafu inatoa pesa. So it's a good thing. Now, let's move. Let's face this way, all please. MC, co-MC, please join me in guiding.
All right. Are you guys ready for the launch of the voice? All right. Let me have. I'm gonna request my co-MC, Mr. Anthony Ambugo. Don't just leave her. Let's move closer. Also, you're part of this. So I'm gonna request our chief guest, that is Sarin Malik, to come and stand somewhere right here. Then let me also have the Kewasnet CEO to stand over there. So, what we are launching is inside there. And I like, is it possible if we can all stand? If we can all stand so that we are doing a live recording for this? After launching, then we can have more stakeholders joining the chief guest and our CEO. So we want us to get ready. My DJ, get ready. For those who have iPhones and Samsung phones, you are only the people allowed to record. What Infinix na Techno, please keep those phones away. Or just enlighten. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Yes, we are. Are you ready for the launch? DJ, give me something, DJ. Give me something, DJ. You need to be playing the music, DJ. Give me the level, DJ. Give me some volume. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like now to launch the official launch of the voice. In a count of 3. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? In a count of 3, 2, 1. Congratulations. Wonderful. Wonderful. Can we all clap? Let's appreciate everybody. Round of applause. Lovely. All right. DJ. Don't leave. I'm going to request Mr. Bob, can you recognize the stakeholders who can join the chief guest and the Kewasnet CEO for a photo? We need to take a photo after the launch. So with our stakeholders, you will join. Then, Mercy, can we organize the give out so that we can be able to do a you're part of it. So there is something we want to give to you so that you can hold them before we do the photo. You're going to have a brief photo session. DJ, plays the music. So you're going to hold it this way for a group photo. Can we hold it like this and then put a smile as we wait for photos from our main photographers? Can we give a round of applause? Can we clap for them? Let's clap for them. Let's clap for them. The launch of the voice. Makofi, tafadhali.
Again. 3, 2, 1.
Nimeizima, songa mbele over. Continue the photos, take more photos.
3, 2, 1.
Photos.
Perfect.
Lovely, thank you. Can we appreciate the clap? So we are going to have a group photo. I request we go back on stage. Thank you. Let's have our seats. Let's have our seats. All right, don't sit. I've been told we have different groups, and our CEO is requesting if we can do photos with all the groups that we have. So I'm going to request Mr. Anthony, can you be able to run that?
Water sector institutions that are here.
Chief guests, don't leave your all the programs.
WASPA and MDs of WSPs and representatives, so that we have the numbers, we can do it together. Yes.
Where are they? They're also going to hold the booklet.
WSPF is here. Good. Water sector institutions, including WSPs.
Make sure you have the booklet.
So we can do it together.
Everyone has a booklet? Yeah. One DJ, thank you. Hold it. Who else? Who else is not here?
Colin seems to have left.
DJ, continue.
Wait, sinipigie picha. Shika.
Then smile.
3, 2, 1. Again. 3, 2, 1.
Thank you. Mr. Anthony, do you have another grouping?
Yeah.
Let me have Let me have the books, can you?
So the
NGOs? International NGOs, please come.
Ciao. Yeah.
Make sure you have the booklet.
Wash Parliament next, across the Republic.
Okay.
Smile. Look at me, photographer, for the photo. Smile.
3, 2, 1. Again, 3, 2, 1. Just a minute.
All right. Wait. Take one more. And another photo. Just wait. Photographer, I need to do another photo for that. Take them another photo. They want another photo.
3, 2, 1. Look at me here.
Smile. Continue. Members? Smile.
3, 2, 1. Again, 3, 2, 1. Perfect.
Members of your classmates? Members of your classmates, please come. Stop. Members of your classmates, please come. Make sure you have the booklet. Members, where are the members? Kuja members wote wakuje tafadhali. Members, some of you don't know if they're members. Members, please come. Make sure you have a booklet. Wengi lakini ni sawa tu. We will do more photos on stage, but let's just continue. Members, smile. Look at the main photographer.
3, 2, 1. Look at me here. 3, 2, 1. Again, 3, 2, 1. Perfect.
Thank you. Let me have Kewasnet staff. Kewasnet staff, please come. Yes, I'm not forgetting the parliament. Lazima. Kewasnet staff, please come for the photo. Youth Parliament, get ready. Youth Parliament, get ready. So this is what's next stuff. All right, guys, can take the photo now. Smile. Let's take the photo. Smile.
Look at me here.
All right, so what's next stuff?
3, 2, 1. Again, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you. Let me have Youth Parliament. Youth Parliament, please come. Youth Parliament. Youth Parliament, then community. Mr. Anthony, you can continue. Youth Parliament. Must speak our Youth Parliament. Youth Parliament, smile to the main photographer. Then community groups, get ready.
3, 2, 1. Again. Perfect.
All right, thank you. Mr. Anthony, which other group?
Community groups.
Community groups. Community groups, please come. Make sure you have the booklet, kindly. Youth Parliament, say again, the booklet number 2 for the photos. Community groups.
Then consultants, you can move to your left. Yes. Okay, look at me here. 3, 2, 1. Again, 3, 2, 1. Perfect.
Consultants? Consultants, please come. And kindly, if you move around and you see a lost phone, let me know. Someone has just dropped the phone right now. Kindly just check if you can see a phone that is misplaced. Let me know. Thank you.
Look at me here. 3, 2, 1. Again. Any other person who has not appeared in the photo?
All right, any other person who has not taken a photo?
Going once, going twice. Nani hajachukua photo? Kujeni, kujeni.
Any other person?
Kama hujachukua photo kama.
Board members, Anthony, board members? Tushachukua, eh? Mashachukua board members.
So any other person that has not taken a photo,
please come.
Then we transition to the main dais. Okay, you can see here. Clear some of those 3, 2, 1. Again, 3, 2, 1. Perfect. For all of us up here.
All right. Can we all go on stage? We need to take a group photo with everyone. DJ, hold on. I'm requesting everybody go on stage and make sure you have the booklet. We want to do a group photo. Can we all go on stage? We are going to have some of you down there, and then we are going to have some of you up there. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to break for lunch. I'm requesting we go and do a group photo. Let's proceed on stage and do a group photo kindly. Everyone. So we are only going to take photos with the photographer.